Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and call the special Southgate City Council meeting to order. It is Tuesday, April 14th, 5 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Barron,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios, Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila. City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas is not in yet. He's in the building, but not in yet.
Thank you. Go ahead and open session. Item number 1.
The City Council will recognize the Southgate Police Officer recipients of the California Highway Patrol 10851 Award.
Thank you. Chief Manning.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. So it's my honor to introduce you to the recipients of the 10851 Award. The 10851, it's a vehicle code, which is a grand theft of a vehicle or taking a motor vehicle without the owner's consent. To be able to qualify for this award, there's different criteria, but basically officers have to recover at least 12 stolen vehicles in a 12-month period. And 3 of those vehicles have to be occupied, meaning someone has to be arrested and prosecuted. So this year, I have a list of officers. We have 5 officers that qualify. So I'll go over the list if you don't mind. I'll start off with Officer Oliver Perez. This is the second time that he receives this award. He has 18 recoveries and 3 arrests. Second, and he's standing here, by the way. Yeah. I'll just read the names and then we can clap them all together at the same time. Next, I have Detective Victoria Lopez. This is also her second qualifying time. She recovered 21 stolen vehicles and arrested 4 individuals. My third officer is Field Training Officer Eric Alvarado. This is also his second time qualifying for this award. He has 20 recoveries and 4 arrests. And my fourth officer is Officer Pedro Gutierrez. This is his first time receiving this award. He has 16 recoveries and 3 arrests.
Oh.
And last but not least, he's not here today, but Officer Jesus Osorio, this is the first time that he receives this award. He has 18 recoveries and 3 arrests. So personally, I want to thank these officers because Grand Theft Auto is a very common crime in Southgate. We get a lot of victims, and these officers are out there every day, every night, looking for those people, recovering those stolen vehicles, and arresting people, seeking prosecution for the victims. So I thank them for everything that they do. So we do have some pins that we want to give them. I don't know if, Mr. Mayor, you want to give it to them? So these are like official pins issued by the Highway Patrol, California Highway Patrol, and they can actually wear those pins in their uniform when they wear their Class A uniforms. We don't really allow a lot of pins to be worn on police uniforms, but this is one that we do.
Can you enlighten us as to why they don't allow other pins, Chief? Can you enlighten us as to why they don't allow other pins?
Different departments have different policies. A lot of them allow pins for all kinds of different stuff. We have been traditionally, we don't like having all those medals and ribbons on our uniforms. So it's our policy that only there's 3 pins that the department will issue: Medal of Valor, Meritorious Award, and Officer of the Year, and this pin.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chief, for allowing me to have this honor to do this. So I'll go ahead and call up the first officer, Officer Oliver Perez. Next, Officer Victoria Lopez. Officer Eric Alvarado. And Officer Pedro Gutierrez. Can we come up and take a quick photo before?
There's already. Someone doesn't want it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to go to item number 2, please.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring April 2026 as Autism Awareness Month. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And reading that proclamation would be Councilmember Gil Hurtado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To me, this is very important. I have a grandson who's on the spectrum and a very special young man. I don't know how he does that, but his memory is phenomenal. He heard a song weeks ago, and he knows the lyrics to it today, and just hearing once. I barely remember what I said a few minutes ago, and here he's doing all this. It's just amazing. They're very special people. And I thank you for the opportunity to read this. So this proclamation declaring Autism Awareness Month, April 2026. Whereas the month of April has been designated to spread awareness about autism, acceptance, and promote inclusion and connectedness for people with autism. Whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a complex developmental disability that affects differently and usually appears by age 2 or 3. Whereas ASD refers to a broad range of conditions characterized by challenges with social, emotional, communication, and motor skills, repetitive behaviors, speech, nonverbal communication, sensory sensitivities, and difficulty with making eye contact. Whereas the color blue symbolizes support for individuals on the autism spectrum and their families, whereas the autism symbol for 2026 is represented by the color blue, highlighted through the Light It Up Blue campaign in support, and to represent the diversity of autistic people and the infinite possibilities and variations within the autistic community. Whereas a person with autism can have a distinct set of strengths and challenges in which they learn, think, and problem solve, people with ASD may require significant assistance in their daily lives, while others may require less and in some cases live entirely independently without assistance. Whereas although there is no cure for autism, research reveals that high-quality early intervention can improve learning, communication, and social skills, as well as underlying brain development. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this 14th day of April 2026, that Joshua Barone, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, does hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Autism Awareness Month and encourage residents to become aware of autism indicators, seek early intervention, and support those living with autism. Signed, Joshua Barone. And who will be receiving this? Captain Camacho. Come on up. say something. I'm not gonna let you go without saying something. I'm sorry. Keep going.
I saw the green light on, so I thought green meant go. I just want to, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you and members of the council for this proclamation. Several years back, I kind of became the autism guy by default, having a daughter on the spectrum and now having another daughter on the spectrum. Spoke to the chief at the time, and it was something that I felt was important and wasn't getting enough recognition. And so we started an event. We started making patches, keychains, all the things that we've kind of become accustomed to. But as honored as I am to accept this, I hope this is the last time that I accept this proclamation. And here's why. This is not unique to the police department. While we did start the event, while we did do the patches and the keychains, with the city this large, with as many employees as we have, with as many residents as we have, this can't be unique to me. I know that I have coworkers and colleagues that have loved ones and family members on the spectrum. They maybe just don't talk about it. I know there's other city employees that are impacted by it. And so I'm hopeful that moving forward that I may be the first, but I hope I'm not the last employee of the city to stand up here and accept this proclamation on behalf of everyone that lives their day-to-day life on the spectrum and everyone that day-to-day has to care for, love, try and be patient with, try and understand their loved one, their friend, their family member on the spectrum. So again, while I humbly accept this time, I hope this is the last time, and I hope that next time someone else that works here in our city is up here accepting this wonderful proclamation in acceptance and in awareness of our neighbors and our friends and our family on the spectrum. So again, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing someone up here, somewhere else from the city next time around. So thank you.
Okay.
Captain, thank you for, is he still here? Yeah, he ran. Oh, there he is. Thank you for stepping in year after year and for all your work that you've done to start this program here. And you're right that we definitely need to make sure that we expand it to other families and make sure that every family who is going through this understands that we are one family and we are here to support them any way we can. I recently participated in a baseball league of all kids in the spectrum, ages 5 to 15. It's a league that I plan to bring here to the city of Southgate. It goes to other cities right now. Went out to show kids how to field the ball, practice with them in the city of Norwalk. It was an amazing thing to see parents just wanting their kids just to have a normal afternoon like every other kid that that we all see at the park at Southgate Park. And why can't we do that, right? Why can't we have that? So just know that I appreciate all the work that you've done, and it's all when I talk to Gil about his grandson, it's opened up my eyes. And when we see all the amazing things that can happen, I want to make sure that we can do more here. So thank you for inspiring me to want to do more.
Let me mention also that there's those that are not on the spectrum they need to also learn how to, deal with their friends who are on the spectrum. I can tell you that my granddaughter, Liam's older sister, um, she spends a lot of time Googling stuff. What I find totally amazing is that she Googles a lot of things on how to deal with her kid brother who's on the spectrum. And she wants to go into, when she goes to college, on how to address that kind of thing. So again, I applaud my son for having, raised two wonderful kids like that. But again, thank you for what you do, Captain. Thank you.
All right. Item number 3.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring April 12th through the 18th, 2026 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week.
Thank you. Declaring National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, April 12th to the 18th, 2026, whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, and emergency medical services, whereas when emergencies occur, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property, whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the equality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the Southgate Police Department Communications Center, whereas public safety dispatchers are the first, most critical contact of our citizens have with emergency services, whereas public safety dispatchers are the single vital link for our police officers by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety, whereas public safety dispatchers of the Southgate Police Department have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, and whereas public safety dispatchers have exhibited compassion, understanding, professionalism during the performance of his or her job in the past year. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed on the 14th day of April 2026 that I, the mayor of the city of Southgate, on behalf of the city council and the citizens, do hereby declare the week of April 12th to the 18th, 2026 as National Public Safety Communicators Week in the city of Southgate, in honor of our public safety dispatchers whose diligence, professionalism keep our citizens, our city safe. Signed by the mayor, Josh Barone. So I want to really thank our dispatchers, and who's here to accept this?
Mr. Mayor, that would be our newest dispatcher, Matthew Consuegra. Although he's only been a dispatcher for a couple of months, he's been doing a really good job, and he's developing those superhero powers. Slowly getting them. So come on up.
Come on.
Yeah, so I've only been a dispatcher since January. Learned a lot in a short amount of time. I'm usually in uniform, but they allowed the dispatchers to wear comfortable clothes this week. So, yeah, but I just want to say thank you, and on behalf of the dispatchers at the police department, accept the proclamation.
Thank you. All right. Item number 4, Madam Clerk.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring April 22nd, 2026 as the 21st Annual Earth Day. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And reading that proclamation will be Councilwoman Maria Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A proclamation declaring the 21st Annual Earth Day celebration, April 22, 2026. Whereas in the nation, in the first National Earth Day was observed on April 22, 1970, to bring awareness to the environmental health of our planet, with activities designed to educate citizens about the earth and threats to the environment. Whereas in the theme of 2026, Our Power, Our Planet, and the city will observe the 21st Annual Earth Day on April 22nd, 2026, at the Southgate Park by hosting graffiti removal, litter cleanup, and tree planting activities, as well as educational workshops. Whereas the city inviting and encouraging all citizens, business, schools, and organizations to participate in the Earth Day festivities. And whereas an education and awareness of environmental sound practice will create a community that thinks and acts as a responsible trustee of our planet Earth. Now therefore be and proclaimed on this 14th date of April 2026 that Joshua Barron, Mayor, City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Southgate, do hereby proclaim April 22nd as the 21st Annual Earth Day celebration and duly advocate for the community to be active in the preservation of our planet, practice good environmental health, and encourage everyone to participate in Earth Day activities. Signed, Joshua Barron. Mayor.
Thank you. And accepting this award. Thank you very much for being here with us today. From our Public Works Department, our engineer, Gladys.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It is a great honor for me to receive this proclamation. The City of Southgate shares a responsibility to protect our environment and invest in our cleaner, healthier future for all. We are proud of the efforts happening right now in our city to promote sustainability and environmental stewardship. I would like to warmly invite you this Saturday at Southgate Park from 8 to 12 to participate on the various activities that Ms. Maria has announced, which again would be litter removal, tree planting, graffiti removal, very successful bulky item drop-off, prescription drug take-back, and we're also giving away mulch and compost for our residents. All these have been very successful in the past, and we're very happy to continue these in the future. This is a great opportunity to come together, as you said, learn and take action for our environment. Thank you for your leadership and our commitment to our community, and look forward to seeing you on Saturday. Thank you.
You guys gotta get a little closer. All right, Madam Clerk, closed session items?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, before I say that, I read it into the record. I just want to say that when we started our meeting, it was at precisely 5 o'clock. However, our clock showed 4:56, so it wasn't correct. I just corrected the clock.
Okay.
So it's showing in the correct time now. Closed session item number 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9C. Anticipated litigation, it's one case. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C, 54956.9D14. A, Robert Mendoza versus COSG. B, Jonathan Dominic Aguilar versus COCG et al. C, Southern California Edison Company versus various counties. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. On item number 1, the one potential case, the city will be represented in that discussion by outside legal counsel, John McClendon. I will not be participating in that discussion out of an abundance of caution.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. Seeing none. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go into closed session. City Clerk? Ready? All right, Mr. City Attorney, you'd like to report back?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The City Council had a special City Council closed session meeting, which began and ended right at 6:30. On item number 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There's one potential case of anticipated litigation involved a zoning issue here within the city. There is no reportable action taken in connection with that matter. On item number 2, conference with legal counsel involving pending litigation. There was a claim filed by Robert Mendoza versus City of Southgate. In closed session, the city received a report with respect to a potential resolution on that matter. On a motion that was made by Councilmember Hurtado and seconded by Mayor Barone, City Council moved to approve a tentative settlement in that matter. The vote there was 4-1 with Councilmember Rios abstaining from that decision. Item number 2A, Jonathan Dominic Aguilar versus City of Southgate. This involves a car versus car accident on Tweedy near Truba in the year 2024. After a presentation by the city attorney, the city council made a motion to retain counsel to defend that matter. The motion was made by Councilwoman Davila and it was seconded by Councilmember Hurtado, and the vote there was on a 5-0 vote. Item number 2C is the last case we discussed in closed session. This involves a claim by Southern California Edison against the State Board of Equalization, including a number of counties and cities in the state. The allegation in the complaint is that the properties that are owned by Edison were appraised at a higher value than what they're actually worth. And Edison is seeking to recover the overappraisal of those properties. And by law, they're required to notify any of the affected agencies that may have received revenue from that overappraisal. Southgate is one of those, along with many other cities in the respective counties that are involved. And the city of Southgate was given the opportunity to actively participate in this or to monitor this matter without active participation, in other words, not to intervene. There was a motion made by Councilmember Rios not to intervene to the action, but to monitor the case very closely. That motion was seconded by Mayor Barone, and the vote there was 5-0 to agree with Mr. Rios's motion. No other matters were discussed in closed session. That completes my report.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I'd like to go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience if you have any questions regarding the closed session items. Seeing none. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and adjourn the closed session, the special meeting. Let me know when you're ready to start the regular meeting.
I'm ready.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and start the Southgate City Council regular meeting. Today's Thursday, April 14th. It is now 6:43. Call to order.
Mr. Mayor, if we can do the invocation.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. We're going to be doing the invocation will be Tina De La Rosa, and doing the Pledge of Allegiance will be our Director of Human Resources, John Hamilton.
Please stand, bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight, Lord, just thanking you, first of all, for this day that you've given us, Lord, and we thank you for the opportunity that we get to gather together in one body, Lord, and just to make decisions for the city, Lord, and we just pray that every decision that's made tonight is made in the best interest of the entire community, Lord, and we just pray that everybody here that comes up to speak is as respectful of one another as everybody has different opinions, Lord, and we just ask you to bless the meeting as we move forward. In your name we pray. Amen.
Good evening, everybody. If you could turn and face the American flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was well done, everybody. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Barone,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios, Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Yes. Before we go ahead and get started, I would like to make the translation announcement. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Para las personas que necesiten traducción en español, tenemos audífonos. ¿Alguien en la audiencia necesita traducción en español? Por favor, levante su mano. En español. You need translation in Spanish? Okay. Can somebody please hand them a headset? Oh, they already have heads.
There we go. All right, thank you. Also, just before we start the meeting, I want to make sure that we announce that we're going to close the meeting in memoriam of Charles Brady, who passed away. He was a member of our community. He was a member of the I forget what Lutheran, the Lutheran church here in the city of Southgate. So the city of Southgate and the city council extends its deepest sympathy to the family and the passing of the loved ones of Charles Brady, in whose memory all members adjourn in its tribute and reverence at its meeting of April 14, 2026. And we also would like to honor today one of our longstanding, great community leaders here in our community, Rebecca Patino. She is turning 90 years old on April 20th. Ms. Patino is the wife of Maloney, Mr. Maloney from the Maloney's Meat Market. So we're just going ahead and also honor her today for her 90th birthday. So we'll wish her 90th birthday.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we continue, can I just say something about Pastor Brady?
Please.
That's, here in the city of Southgate, we all knew him as Pastor Brady. He is a longtime resident. He resided in the city of Southgate and a pastor at the Redeemer Lutheran Church for many, many years. He retired, but he continued. He continued praying and blessing, our city. He was very, very active in the community. He was a chaplain for the Southgate Police Department, I believe, over 40 years. And he will be deeply missed. And, we'll keep him in our prayers. But he was also very, very helpful and when the city was going through a very corrupt situation back 23 years ago, 24 years ago. So he was very, very helpful in keeping the community together. And he wrote a book. And I was honored for him to send me that book. So if anybody wants to read it, I will definitely share that book. But let's do keep him in our prayers, and also his wife, who still lives here in the city of Southgate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will consider receiving and filing a presentation on our budget reduction for item number 1.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there's a clicker. Thank you very much. All right, Mayor, Council, members of the audience, we are, I guess, unfortunately back in another discussion that seems to have gone on for, well, at least almost a year now, of talking about the budget problems we have, the sort of discouraging news of not having enough revenue to match all the many important needs of our community. services that we've been doing for years and years and years. And the magnitude of these cuts and the almost $9.4 million is essentially 12% of our overall budget, and is not something that we can do without serious impacts to areas throughout the city that impact services throughout the city and reduce cherished things throughout the city. And so we've had this presentation in October. We've had a very similar presentation in January. And then last meeting, we did a really detailed sort of final budget cut review for a number of our departments. And then tonight, we're now going to finish the rest of the departments. Last meeting, we covered the cuts that are being proposed for the police department, for the finance department, for the HR department, and for public works. And then tonight will be the community development department, the city manager administration clerk department, as well as the parks and recs department. At the end of this presentation, we've recommended how to get to this cut number for July 1st, because we don't have a revenue alternative. We don't have a way to generate more money starting July 1st. The next item on the agenda for tonight will be a discussion of whether the council wishes to pursue a way to get revenue that could fill this gap and allow us to restore these proposed cuts, which would be the idea of putting a utility users tax on the ballot, which now would be November, is the earliest we could put it on. So these cuts would need to happen in July because we don't have the funds to fund them, but potentially if a UT was put on the ballot and passed, there'd be an opportunity to restore at the council's discretion many or all of these services that we're proposing to cut in July. So with that overall foundation, I wanted to get into the details of, for those that have not had a chance to, let's see if I can get the advance going here. What do I have to do, Yodit, to get it to go? There we go. Okay. We'll get to the next slide. Here we go. So overall, we have, as I said, 12% of the general fund, almost $9.4 million. We had to figure out how to allocate this amongst all the departments. You know, many of our people of our community know our city maybe exclusively by the park or a sports program or by paying their water bill or dealing with a building inspector or the police department, hopefully on good terms, but sometimes not. But there's different ways to interact with city services, but we do a lot of different things. And so all of them we've had to look at to reduce. And so you'll see a list here of the cuts in dollar value for all the different departments. And they're basically based on the size of each department. Police being our largest single department, it had the largest single cut target. And those are listed there. So in highlight, total of 9.3 million spread between the different departments. So with that, I'll now be handing it over to Gabe Perez, who oversees our community development department. And he will go over the planned proposed reductions for that department and help explain them. And then we'll move to the different department areas after that. Do you want me to you tell me when to hit the slide and I'll hit the next one? Thanks.
The city manager, may I add just one note?
Yes.
So one of the things that we want to make clear to the council and also to the public is that this budget process is an ongoing process. We're very much deep into the budget development process. So these proportional reduction targets that you see here have been adjusted as we've gone through this process to identify key service areas amongst the departments. And so you'll notice that these figures, generally the target has been 9.4 million, but some of these numbers have shifted since the last presentation. I just wanted to make sure that we called that out in case somebody notices that.
Thank you. We'll pass it over to Gabe.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, members of the City Council, I did want to preface my slides a little bit just to mention how big of impact these cuts will be to the department. It's important for me as a director. I value performing as a high achieving department that provides the best services to the Southgate residents. Having the proper resources and support is necessary not only to deliver our required services, but to execute long-term strategic objectives of the department. This week will mark my one-year anniversary with the city. I think any community development director would hesitate to take on such a role if they knew they would be asked to cut $1 million from the department, which can only be done with freezing positions and layoffs. When I first came on board, I mentioned that my goal was to make what many say would be impossible in Southgate possible. This becomes a possibility when our department is fully resourced, allowing us to fire on all cylinders. Just the threat of the budget cuts has created a level of uncertainty, which has caused workplace disruptions, with 2 talented employees recently leaving the city for more secure employment. And one of them was recently awarded as our Employee of the Year. We recently experienced regular unexpected absences in the department, which impacts our ability to deliver consistent services. Recruitments are difficult for community development departments after COVID. It will become even more difficult to recruit and retain talent to deliver high quality service that I believe our residents expect. Wait times at City Hall will be longer, projects will take longer, and council members, you will receive a lot of those complaints. So I'll go into that, but I think it's important for me to be real to the public, but also to the council of what that's really going to mean on the ground and what to expect. So next slide. So what this means in terms of community development department reductions, it would mean eliminating the building inspector. That would be one position. Also another position, which would be eliminating a community development technician. So that's out of building and safety. So the community development technician provides counter services, and the building inspector inspecting, making sure that our buildings in the Southgate are safe and ready to operate. Second, eliminating 2 part-time code officers. And those are 2 positions that are currently filled. It would also freeze 1 code officer, enforcement officer position. That position isn't filled and would stay frozen. We would also freeze other positions in the community development department that are currently vacant, but necessary for the department. One would freeze the senior planner position. That is a position where was once occupied this year, but that employee took another job at another city. Our senior secretary, a clerical assistant, and a management analyst. So we basically had to reduce all our training and professional memberships in the department. A lot of times that's important to allow our staff to be able to grow in their positions that have a lot of benefits to the work that they do for the city. Lastly is eliminate the planning division professional services budget. So in order to be able to save the assistant planner position, basically we would have a budget to be able to take care of initiatives that sometimes the city manager asks for or the city council. We just won't have that cushion to be able to deliver on some long-range projects for the city that we typically would have and most cities would have. Next slide. So what that's going to mean in terms of impacts of services. So at current service levels, we have 2 building inspectors. They conduct building inspections, pre-sale inspections, and certificate of occupancy, and they provide those inspections within 24 to 48 hours. Eliminating one of those building inspectors would increase the inspection timeframes. We estimate that that's going to increase from 72 to 96 hours. And the pre-sale inspection program would need to be discontinued just based on the amount of time involved in that program. And I'll go into that in a bit. There are currently 4 full-time code enforcement officers that handle complaints within 3 days. So freezing one of those code enforcement officers that we have yet to hire yet would result in delays to investigate complaints to 10 days. Processing accessory dwelling units and other administrative projects currently takes about 30 to 60 days. Freezing the senior planner position, that's the vacant position that we have right now, would result in administrative delays of up to 90 to 150 days for admin projects. Processing typical projects that would go to the Planning Commission, like a conditional use permit or a variance, would take between 4 to 6 months. Having the senior planner position frozen would it would take about 9 to 12 months to bring those projects to Planning Commission or Council. And then lastly, processing large discretionary projects takes 6 to 9 months. We have a few of those large projects that would eventually come to the Planning Commission and City Council. So freezing that senior planner position would increase the time of the review of that project from that 6 to 9 months to 18 months. So it definitely is a big impact, and we want to be real about what that's going to mean looking forward. Next slide. I did want to highlight the pre-sale inspection program and just provide some data, just to mention a little bit how it works. It's a program that we've had since the 1980s. The purpose of that pre-sale program is to protect residential buyers and sellers against undisclosed restrictions on the use, but also illegal construction, alterations, and improvements. So it's a report that's prepared before there's a sale of the property. So this is a program that we initiated. It's not a required program, but a lot of cities around us have it. For the cities that I used to work for previous to Southgate did not have this program. Our pre-sale inspection program fee for the public is $80.85. There's an expedited fee of $680.85. There's about 27.5 hours of staff time that's involved in each pre-sale report. And so in terms of staff costs, that would come out to about $1,739 of staff costs per report. Therefore, the city is subsidizing each pre-sale inspection report by about $1,658. In terms of the number of reports we prepared last year, it's 139 pre-sale inspection reports. Last year, we collected $17,572 in pre-sale application fees. In the last fiscal year, if we were to recover our full costs, we would need to collect $241,721. In terms of time spent to do those pre-sale inspection reports and follow-up, it takes about 3,795 staff hours. And these are the staff members that are involved in that. That includes our community development techs 2 and 3, our senior development tech, our building inspector, code enforcement officer, and planner. But I want to highlight this because at least one of the layouts that was mentioned would require us to relook at this program and potentially discontinue this program. If you look at the fee, it doesn't cover the cost of the program. The only way to cover this cost, to cover this program, is to raise that fee up to the cost of preparing those reports, which would be $1,739. So imagine going from a current fee of $80 up to $1,739. That's a significant increase. But I thought it was important to provide you that data because if we do have these cuts, it's going to require us to think differently about these programs. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you a question just because I see you're going through those numbers? So out of those 139 pre-sale inspections, how many homes were sold? Do we know?
I wouldn't know if 139 homes were sold in that process because it could mean that they weren't sold.
Okay. And then my second question would be, out of those 139, what is the generating tax on the property? Because whatever tax bracket it was in initially, Once the sale is sold, it goes to a higher tax bracket. So I don't know if it balances it out or not. That's why I'm asking the question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that information.
thank you.
One thing I do want to highlight for you is our building official, William Campana, is here, just in case there are more questions about the program, about process.
Thank you.
And I think that's the last, well, in summary, our reduction target was $1,012,726. The proposed reductions are that amount. It would either eliminate or freeze 9 positions, and then 2 programs would be reduced or eliminated. And that would include that pre-sale program and also the home improvement recognition program. So I'll pass it on to the next department.
Thank you, Gabe. And as has been the trend in all the presentations we've seen for every department to date, and will continue to the end of this presentation, each department is taking significant cuts to the point we've never seen in the city. What's going to make things difficult, because this is such a severe cut, that there will be, I'm sure, we all have favorite programs, and there'll be people advocating to keep something. Every dollar that doesn't show up on this cut list and gets kept, there has to be an equal dollar cut somewhere else. And that's where the difficulty runs in. You know, if you say, I want to keep the pre-sale program, then we're saying we're keeping a $100,000 position. So then we're cutting 100,000 somewhere else. And where does that come from? And that's the dilemma nobody's enjoying. You know, council isn't, the community's not, but I just caution that the department heads that have spent months trying to balance this as best they can, but it's tough news all around. With that, I'll move to my office, which oversees 5 administrative staff, lobbyist contracts, and other smaller budget items, as well as I'm also covering the clerk's office, which has several staff and oversees, of course, agendas and elections and public record acts requests. So the target was 484,000 for that combined group. We are looking at how do we find that money. It's essentially mainly personnel, as is with most departments. That's where all the funding goes, is to people. So we're talking about eliminating a city hall receptionist in the city manager's office, a full-time assistant clerk coordinator, and a full-time clerk service coordinator for the clerk's office. We're talking about reducing some of the costs for legal services from the city attorney's office, reducing professional services, including we have 2 lobbyists, one for state and one for federal items. We've had those for years and years. And when we're looking at what can we cut, we look to, I guess, recommend that. It's tough because sometimes these lobbyists can help us get large grants for different projects in the city, but we're running out of places to cut. So that's another recommendation. And then reduction in civic engagement. A big part of what does quality of life efforts that people see out in the community are things like our sponsorship to the Chamber of Commerce. With that, they put on the parade, the annual parade that people have seen for 100 years here. But as we're looking to cut, we're looking at cutting that program, which in turn cuts the parade out. Social media giveaways, we try to use social media to get the word out. Sometimes we use promotions to get more viewers, but we'd have to abandon those. And then looking at training, memberships, events, meetings, attendance that are often very important to connect both city manager, staff, and even with our council for training. But we'll cover that as well in another slide. But we talk about reducing those to bare minimums. So what kind of services get impacted? We have service that comes both by phone and in person at the city manager's office and the clerk's office will both be reduced because we're going to have very thin coverage. We currently process passport applications at the clerk's office. We'd have to eliminate that service. And then we have remaining workloads on essentially instead of having 8 staff, we'd be going down to 5. So just think of the same amount of work being done by 3 less staff is going to back things up. Not having lobbyists at state and federal level will give us less profile and less leverage to try to get funds for the city. And then we have many community events, as I mentioned, like the parade, but we also provide some support for a citywide school collaborative meeting that happens monthly where principals, members of the community, council members, department heads all meet to coordinate efforts at schools, but those lunches would not be happening anymore. We had supported a meal at the National Day of Prayer. We've had open house events at City Hall, Student Government Day, all these type of interactions with the community we would have to stop supporting. With that, the summary of the group is 3 positions eliminated, $484,000 in reduction. And then I mentioned the city council. They have the smallest budget of the group with their stipends and some small expenses. So their share was very small. With that, we've looked at recommending reducing the cost to going events, reducing training and conferences, and reducing any food that might be provided at for meeting days, and reducing printing and office supplies. Right now, council, you might have multiple council members that attend a conference for state updates or for legislative changes or for networking within the region to find best practices that would need to be reduced drastically. And as I mentioned, reducing the food and other training would be on the recommended list. So in summary, it's a very small amount, but 17,000 on the council side. So that's it for that group. And then we would hand it over to our last group for tonight, which is Parks and Rec. And we'll hand it over to Tina De La Rosa, who's our acting Parks and Rec director. Thank you, Tina.
Good evening, council. So tonight I have to go ahead and present to you the Parks and Recreation reduction target. So we have a little over 2.3 million as our target reduction. So we'll go to the next slide. So first of all, we have to eliminate a deputy director position, which would definitely create some admin issues regarding strategic planning. This person helps out with securing grants, program oversight, community engagement, staff management, things of that nature. Number 2 would be the elimination of the aquatics coordinator position, and that person who assists with staff development and training, program development and oversight, as well as tracking staff certifications that they need to receive for the aquatics. Number 3 would be the elimination of the cultural arts recreation coordinator position, and that person is the one who designs, implements the arts program, schedules classes and festivals, just manages all of the exhibits and anything related to our cultural arts and museum. The next one is we're eliminating the senior grounds maintenance position, not necessarily in the position itself, but actually from the general fund. So we're actually reallocating 100% of their salary to Measure A, which assists us by not taking that money from the general fund. Number 5 is the elimination of our grounds maintenance worker position. So that person is responsible for anything from mowing, edging, blowing, weed removals, things of that nature. And that would be at one of our big parks, 56-acre park, which is Hollydale Regional Park. So that definitely leaves staff short for that facility, making it difficult for one person to manage. Next slide. We also have the elimination of the facilities maintenance worker. That person is responsible for helping maintain restrooms, indoor and outdoor, sweeping, mopping, throwing out trash, restocking supplies, and just making it difficult for the rest of the team to have to pick up the slack to make sure all of our facilities are maintained at a high level. And number 7 would be elimination of the 2 hourly grounds maintenance workers. Those people, again, responsible for mowing, edging, blowing, weed removal, landscaping, irrigation, and also dragging our baseball fields and getting them ready for play. We have number 8 is the cultural arts hourly Recreation Leader 4, who assists with all of the programs that come out of the Cultural Arts program. And also the elimination, number 9 is the Recreation Leader 2 position. They're also eliminating that position, and they're responsible for assisting with all programs, events that come out of the Cultural Arts program. And number 10 is the elimination of the entire Cultural Arts division, which would mean that the museum would be closed, eliminating all youth, teen, and adults classes and programs, eliminating the annual art walk, quarterly exhibits, and the zine fiesta. Next slide. Number 11 would be a reduction of aquatics operating hours from 6 months to 6 months from a year. Currently, it's running year round, and it would go down to 6 months, which means the pool would be closed from October 1st through March 31st. And as you can see, there's a lot of reductions for swim lessons in multiple areas, reduction of classes, special events, all of the aquatics groups that utilize it for their swim practices and competitions, as well as other things like junior lifeguard programs, adaptive programs, and CPR first aid classes as well. Number 12 would be the elimination to eliminate park operations on holidays and holiday breaks. So currently on holidays, Sports Center and a few of our facilities are open during the holidays and during the holiday breaks, but this would actually make sure that everything is closed during those times. So when the kids are out during their winter break or spring breaks or those things, there would be if the city's closed, then we would be closed at the Sports Center, so the kids would have no other avenue to access the gym or fitness memberships or the pool or anything of that nature. Number 13 is the elimination of multiple citywide special events from the Azalea Fest, the Easter Fest, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Halloween, Winter Wonderland with Tweety Mile Street Fair, Santa Breakfast, Christmas Parade, and then the reduction of summer concerts, family movie nights to one movie and one concert during the summer months. And I'll speak about that a little bit more in detail. And then number 14, parks will go dark from October 1st through March 31st. So that would be impacting all our partner organizations from operating 2 seasons to 1 season per year, and also eliminates just all of the usage during the winter time for our baseball fields, softball fields, basketball courts, tennis courts, pickleball courts, volleyball courts, playgrounds. Just pretty much everything at the park would be dark, including all of our adult league for co-ed softball and adult softball, which generates a lot of revenue to the city. Number 15 is elimination of fee waivers to civic service, nonprofit organizations, LAUSD, county and state elected officials, Special Olympics, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and a lot more. But again, I'll go over that in detail in a bit. Number 16 would be the elimination of youth programs and reduction of teen excursions. And as you're aware, we just got our teen programming up and running, and they just took their first trip, and everything's going very well. So it's sad to know that we're going to have to reduce some of that programming for teens, and when we're just getting it off the ground. Number 17 is reduction of the golf course operating hours from 7 days a week to 5 days a week. So it'd be closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. Number 18 is our fall and winter sports recreation classes will be limited and in some cases eliminated. Number 19, the reduction of amount of quarterly senior and family excursions. And 20 is the elimination of the executive management company that helps us patrol the parks while we're short on park rangers. 21 is reduction in overtime for grounds facility maintenance, youth sports, special events, that's utilized for special events and programs. Next is the reduced part-time and part-time in the grounds maintenance, facility maintenance, adult sports, youth sports, aquatics, special events, golf course, and contract classes. Number 23, this is the elimination of the brochure, the quarterly brochure that comes out. It would be eliminating it so that the only thing that's allowed is going to be a digital copy for our patrons moving forward. We would have a very, very limited number just for staff use only that would be printed. Another number 24 is go for abatement and pest control professional services that assist staff with field maintenance for the gophers and pest control just for our buildings. And number 25 is a reduction of the aquatics maintenance equipment and maintenance supplies, adult sports league, gym supplies, and youth program supplies. So how does that impact us? As I mentioned, elimination of a deputy director position. There's at the admin side, a lot of slower decision-making, a lot of reduced responsiveness to community needs, and just limited bandwidth for detail on program oversight that takes place in Parks and Rec. For the aquatics, again, increased workload for the aquatic supervisor who would be taking on 2 roles as a coordinator and the supervisor there, and just limited response time or reduced response time, and reduced attention to staff trainings and development, which for aquatics is very critical, as it's very important that all our staff are properly trained. For cultural arts, we're just eliminating the entire coordinator and all those services provided, which is just, quite a few people who participate in our cultural arts programs and classes and our special events for them as well. So with our grounds maintenance worker and field maintenance workers, it's just going to delay trash pickup or trash removal, and from our staff, from going from preventative maintenance to shifting over to reactive maintenance, and just increase workloads for other staff. Next slide. Our facility maintenance worker, same thing, there's going to be a decline in cleanliness, the facilities, unsanitary restrooms, limited restocking of supplies, and reduced efficiencies. Our 2 grounds hourly maintenance workers, they right now assist with a lot of the detail work and a lot of the field maintenance work. So by eliminating them, we're just eliminating a lot of the work getting done for our fields, and as well as when it comes to fields, we do a lot of annual. They redo this field annually, and so all of that would be taken away. Our cultural arts hourly workers, just eliminating those workers, eliminating all the work that they do again regarding cultural arts, and eliminating the entire division just means our youth, our community, our schools who access the museum wouldn't have access during that time of the closure, and all of our arts folks that come in, and the schools that we work with who bring in art for the art shows and the exhibits, just not being able to have those same partnerships with them because there's nowhere for them to display their artwork. The pool, reducing the operating hours from 1 year or all year round to 6 months, just eliminates tons of services, and a lot of our seniors who utilize the pool for their health services because they can't do regular workouts and they rely on the low impact exercises wouldn't be able to use that. Also, all the students and the kids who come through to get their swim lessons, swimming is a life skill, and so a lot of the residents wouldn't be able to practice or participate in those swim lessons for 6 months out of the year. The golf course, that definitely impacts a lot of the high schools who utilize the golf course as part of their high school sports teams. Our citywide special events, just reduction of community engagement, identity and tradition and culture that we have here in the city of Southgate. Our partner organizations definitely impacts thousands of kids from AYSOs, JAA, Aztec football, and all of the other user groups that utilize our facilities, as well as the thousands of people who just visit our park on a daily basis to utilize our outdoor pickleball, tennis courts, playgrounds, and basketball courts, just really impacting them. And again, if our parks are closed and kids have no alternative to turn to, it again trickles down to other areas in the city, causing more police presence because kids have nothing else to do, but they probably get themselves into trouble. And next was currently, we provide fee waivers to our civic service organizations and our LAUSDs, state elected officials, Special Olympics, and that's very impactful for them that some of these groups, they provide a service, in return, they provide a service to the city. And if some of these groups may not be able to continue to meet, and that also is going to impact the services they provide back to the community. Providing teen and youth excursions. Again, we have a lot of excursions that go. So currently our preschool Tiny Talk classes, those are the youth programs that we have. In the summer, we also program some trips for them to wild rivers or different places for them to get out. And during the school year, try to provide a couple trips for them. And we'd have to eliminate those and reduce some of the teen trips that are going to be provided.
Tina, let me interrupt you for a minute. In the previous slide, I think it was slide 26,
Mhm.
you talked about the partnering organizations.
Mhm.
So what's the cost that these organizations pay to the city?
I'll go over that in detail
Okay.
and then a few slides down. Okay.
Okay, and what's the cost to the city?
Sure.
Thank you.
So, let's see, fall and winter recreation sports classes currently run year round. Moving forward, during the fall and winter, we're going to have to eliminate or some case eliminate and some case reduce the amount of classes that we're providing to our own Southgate programs, youth sports programs. And then we provide currently 9 senior and family excursions each quarter. We're going to have to reduce that to 6 per quarter moving forward. And the executive management company, we're going to have to eliminate them, and that just to reduce safety and security presence, which means increase in rule violations, higher risk of vandalism, and reduce customer service and public assistance. For our designated overtime for grounds, facility, youth sports, special events, that's all money that was allocated for specifically for our special events, because we knew that a lot of stuff happens on the weekends or in the late evenings and things. So just definitely reducing that as we're eliminating our special events and specific programs associated with that. And then reduction of the part-time and PERS reduction in staff levels, basically just a lot of times for our grounds and facility maintenance, it's going to just go back to, like I said, instead of preventative maintenance, we're going back to reactive maintenance and just declining park and facility conditions as a whole. The printing of the Southgate brochure, I know we get a lot of people who come in and they like to have their tangible hard copy of the brochure, and they don't want to just see it digitally, but unfortunately we wouldn't be able to continue with printing the brochure for all of the every household in the city and all the ones we have available at the park. Our gopher abatement and our pest control program, I mean, if you've been to some of our parks, you'll see that there's tons of gopher holes that are out there, and that's currently with the gopher abatement program. So to not have that just makes it a lot more difficult for our staff, our grounds crew, who will already be short-staffed trying to just maintain the facilities that we have, and now they have to actually take some time out to now assist with gopher abatement, which takes quite a bit of time. Otherwise, it poses safety risks for people walking through the park or people trying to, like AYSO soccer, who's trying to compete and play soccer. We don't want additional people getting injured due to the gopher holes that are out there. And then we have our aquatics maintenance and equipment. Basically, we have to reduce that since the pool will be shut down. We'll be eliminating some of the maintenance and the equipment and supplies that go along with keeping the pool open year-round versus 6 months.
I'll preface this one. So thank you, Tina, for the discouraging but reality of trying to hit these number targets. It gets into so many programs that are loved by everybody. We did think that we might have questions about fee waivers and also about special events. So we do have 2 remaining slides to go over that. We do have fee waivers. So many nonprofit groups access our facilities, and there's a fee that would go with that, but there's been a long tradition of waiving that fee for groups that are all listed on this master list here. You can see it ranges from sports groups and women's groups and scouts and chambers of commerce, and everyone has received many hours of use depending on the group, and then we've not collected a waiver. In trade for that, it's been traditionally an agreement that great service and partnership goes with that, giving the facility up. You know, you have a Rotary group that could have a weekly meeting for free, but then they're planning events where they're putting volunteer time on to hold a special event or help families or raise money and giving back to the community. Or you have a sports team that gets free use of the fields, or a soccer team or whatever group. They're not passing that cost that they would have to pay the city to the families that are paying the fee. So you, in the cities like ours where there is no fee collected, the fees paid by the parents are much lower. This option of, as we try to find every dollar, we're totaling that total subsidy from all these groups at around $200,000. which is a lot of money. But the question would be, if that gets added back, if we say we got to collect it, that's assuming every one of these groups will have the money to pay those fees. What likely could happen is half or maybe 2/3 won't be able to use our facilities and afford it. And the ones that do pay it are going to have to pass those costs to the families. So there's not, like, a nonprofit doesn't have profit to just hand over fees. So there's an impact. So we just wanted to highlight that if, say, half the groups couldn't afford to stay, the number isn't 200,000 saving, it would be 100,000 because half the groups wouldn't be there. So then and also you lose all the partnerships and the service they provide. And this is part of the trade-offs we've been having to deal with in all our departments. But that's the fee waiver part, and then we have a slide on special events. But if there's any questions, if Councilmember Avalos had something on the fee waiver, we have that slide.
I just want to ask the community that's here, are you able to see those numbers? Because it's really hard to see even in mine. And do you have access to the slides?
No.
No. Okay. I think that's probably one of my priorities, is to make sure that we are transparent with the community and be able to see the actual numbers. Because I'm be honest, a hard time trying to keep it straight because it's so small. And I'm looking up there, I can't even read them. But that's just me taking the community into consideration, that I can't read it because it's very small.
We've expanded the numbers. If you want to take a look there, that would help.
The other thing that I had asked before is to actually have numbers next to all of the cuts. I don't see it on here. We just have a very general broad of what we're cutting, but there's no actual number amount attached to it. That's my only comment right now.
Okay, you were provided the numbers earlier.
I know I was, but again, I'm talking transparency to the community. They don't have it here.
Yeah.
I would think that
Well, we're trying
going to have an honest conversation. We need to make sure we provide all of the stakeholders that information, because it's those stakeholders that are all here that we're going to be asking to increase their utilities come November. I'm just being transparent at this point, that I think that we need to be doing this a little bit better. There you go. That's another option. Thank you.
You want to
go on?
continue? Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got the next slide. There we go. So special events, Tina listed them quickly. Southgate's known for so many different special events, but they cost money, and some cost a lot more than others. But that, again, is a decision, is quality of life. Are they just extras that are easy to get rid of, or are they core? And how do you make that decision? We've, sadly made a recommendation to take out all the expensive ones and discontinue them to meet the budget target, and then reduce on the right-hand column some that are either low cost or we can get sponsorships for, which reduce the costs. So you'll see the two columns of the two sets of events, just because on the actual detail it's a single line, but we just wanted to highlight that a lot of these long time events are looking like we can't fund them in our current financial state. All right. With that summarizes, I'm not clicking here. Could you move the slide? Thank you, Yodit. There we go. So that's the summary of Parks and Rec with the $2.3 million requested. She's outlined all the many positions, both full-time and then many part-time hours, and all the programs impacted. And so that summarizes the presentations tonight. You overlap these presentations with the presentations given at the last week, which were the other departments. And we have a question of, we have to make a $9.4 million cut. If we are looking at the current recommendation, the question would be, do you support the proposed recommendations as presented? Are there any different reductions you'd like to remove? Understanding anything removed would have to be replaced with cuts elsewhere. And, that might be where it's helpful from a policy direction to look at, by program or by area. We're looking for some direction, and in the end, we're needing to get a clear understanding of where the cuts will be made, because by the end of this month, we need to then put out the layoff notices to the staff that will be impacted by this, so that we can wind up their employment by the end of June. With that, we pass it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you to the staff for your presentation. This has been some very difficult couple weeks of trying to prepare this, I know. Before I go ahead and open it up to members of the audience, I do want to just talk about, that we just heard the Parks and Recs presentation, community development presentation, but I want to take a moment to address something that's a little more concerning than just these cuts. It's also the misinformation, disinformation that's being spread out in the community. There's individuals, including commissioners, that sit here on this dais that have been actively telling information that is wrong to our residents, actually asking our residents to come here today to argue, to say, to fight for your programs that we've been trying to fight for the last year to try to save with the ballot measure in June. But now they're asking for this to happen today. For months we've been preparing for almost a year, trying to decide how we would handle this. And a few months ago, one council member decided not to put this on the June ballot, and we're here today facing these cuts. And when we're making these decisions, it's tough because these are real people. These are real individuals that are losing their jobs. These are real families that are impacted. These are real individuals in this room that are looking at us saying, how can you do this to our programs? I'm a coach in one of these programs that had to tell 1,000 families that they won't have a second season this year. It's tough decisions. I'm going to ask our city attorney to provide a warning to that individual. If you speak out again during our council meeting, I will ask you to be removed. Thank you.
If I could, this is a topic, we've seen this before in other city council meetings we've had when it comes to this budget. This place is to hear all views, whether you're in support or against, you have a different view. It's our obligation to make sure that this venue allows for people to come in and express their views, whichever way you come along that spectrum. In order to do that, we ask that you refrain from clapping. You wouldn't be clapping in a courtroom in front of a judge. You'd respect the decorum that goes there. We ask you to respect that. The city council doesn't want to have to remove any individual. It is not our practice to do that. But it is important for us to allow for the city business to move forward, for us to allow everyone to talk and to make their comments heard. You'll all have an opportunity to do that. But if you make outbursts, you'll be warned, and after the third time, we'll ask to have you removed from the room. Nobody wants to do that, but you've been instructed, and I ask that you please respect the fact that people came in here to have their voices heard, and we owe that to everyone to be respectful and to allow for those comments to be made. Thank you.
I'll just finish with saying that when we had the discussion regarding the UUT previously, we had a council member here who said that we did not have a fiscal emergency. And in fact, they said that there was no problem. Seeing the people here today, I think we have a problem. I think everybody here knows that we have a problem. So I ask, why are we here today? We're here because we have a fiscal emergency and we need to take action. The only action or the only response that was really given at that time was that we had compensated employees, that our employees made over $100,000 and they were overpaid, but yet only less than 20% of the employees in our staff can even make that amount of money. And the majority of those are police officers. So are we saying that our police officers are not worth the $100,000 salaries that keep us safe? Maybe some people believe that, but I don't. You know, at the end of the day, we're here to have honest discussion and honest dialogue about exactly what we need to do to solve this issue. I hope that this issue is short term. I hope that we can solve this quickly, because my goal is that this doesn't last long, because these programs matter to everybody who's here. They matter to me, and they matter to the families that depend on them. So I'll end with that, and I'll open up the public comment. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Lisette Ruiz, and I am here as a Parks Commissioner and as a mother. And we're here to advocate for our parks, especially the pool, arts, and sports programs. I never got the opportunity to use the public pool as a kid, as my grandparents who raised me were fairly conservative and, to be honest, couldn't really afford it. Now that I have Linda, like any other parent, I want her to be able to do everything I couldn't. And guess what? She loves the pool. It's all thanks to her swim instructor, Marco, one of our Southgate neighbors, who, from what I hear, is the best, and I've seen that he is the best. Unfortunately, because of the looming pool closure, we are losing him. As directors warn, the best staff are the first to leave. Now, not only is our beloved pool on the line, but the arts programs and all other sports have to sacrifice the season as well. During the beginning of the budget cuts discussion last year, you all agreed that the pool was too important to shut down. During our Parks Commission meetings, you even spoke about the need to keep the pool running and open to make sure proper maintenance was done so that we wouldn't let the pool deteriorate. I ask you then, why risk spending more money later on when we would reopen it? There has to be another way. There just has to be. I know every department is making sacrifices, but this one we shouldn't make. And don't think I've forgotten why we are here. We residents could have had the ability to vote for a tax ourselves, except Councilmember Avalos believes we are not in a fiscal emergency. What would it have taken then? Bankruptcy? You had several months to come up with other quote-unquote cost-saving ideas or spending cuts, like you like to call them, and you didn't. The only viable option to keep our programs and events going and not fire so many of our staff was to have the ability to vote for a UUT, and it's because of you, Councilmember Avalos, that we are seeing all these cuts. Instead of uniting as a community to get out of this hole, unfortunately, certain social media groups and two of my commissioner colleagues have taken it upon themselves to tell our neighbors that the city has mismanaged money and has falsely told our neighbors, our senior neighbors, that they would be taxed. Would have they preferred for us to not touch the reserves and lay off all folks when the deficit was first recognized in the mid-2010s? Or are they now preferring that our sports programs costs be raised, as was suggested by my Parks Commissioner colleague Edward Pelayo at our last meeting, when he said some pool senior patrons he spoke to wouldn't mind paying more? Ms. Tina, can you please tell us how much it would cost on top of we already paid to keep the pool open this summer? Every department is making unimaginable sacrifices. We are in this hole, and it will take all of us to get ourselves out of it. I ask you all, my neighbors, to unite, inform yourselves, and ask your neighbors to vote for UUT in November. We need to unite and move our city forward. This is my baby, Linda. Soledad, not Jess. Linda, do you want to keep the pool open?
Yeah.
Do you want to ask them to keep the pool open, please? Ask them.
Keep the pool open.
Thank you.
Please, thank you so much. Just no applauding. You can go ahead and wave your hands. Just we need to be able to keep the record of the audio.
Testing. All right, here we go. I'm here to speak on the lack of transparency in managing our youth sports. My name is Pablo Cifuentes. This goes for everyone, especially Gil Hurtado and Josh Barron, who actively volunteer at the Southgate JAA. Gil, so I spoke to you about, so Gil likes to talk about how affordable the JAA is at $80 compared to Downey and Paramount. And yeah, that's fair, that because they charge hundreds of dollars. But when I asked you, Gail, about the Dodgers Dream Team, where they charge $10 for kids to register and receive a full uniform, let me repeat that: a full uniform and on occasion Dodgers tickets, compared to Southgate JA, where parents need to pay $80 and only receive a T-shirt. So not only did you try to brush the question off with a sandbag response, but when you responded to my question, you said, if we let the Dodgers Dream Team come in, it wouldn't be beneficial to our kids and it's not going to work out. You claim to have heard from many cities that you hear nothing but problems from the Dodgers Dream Team program. But when I register my kids in cities that have the Dodgers Dream Team baseball, such as but not limited to Huntington Park, Bell, Linwood, Maywood, etc., I see the kids having a great time, and on occasion they get Dodger tickets. So many of coaches have asked why Southgate doesn't offer Little League, and your responses have been the same, stating that Little League will only bring problems, and you continue to state that the Southgate JAA baseball program is the best program possible for the community. So I'm from the city of Bell, and we have our share of issues with the management of our youth sports. And due to my council not listening to my community and our parents, I'm running for council in Bell and working on getting elected. My Instagram is @BellTeamAdvocates. I strongly recommend Southgate residents to run for council here in the city of Southgate as well, because the city that has a Target, a Walmart shopping center, Edwards Theater, and a lot of commercial businesses, and a big, beautiful Southgate Park needs to do a lot better with the management of the city finances. So again, like I was pushing for the UUT, and I told you guys I would door knock, but then getting to know you guys better, and like the true colors come out, and it's not the fact that the issue that doesn't have a UUT. It's your lack of management with finances. There's a lot of green space available at Southgate Park for organized soccer practices and baseball practices to flourish. And let me remind you, there's 10 baseball fields at Southgate Park, and it's a shame that many Southgate kids that actively participate in the Southgate JAA are currently practicing with me in parks in LA. Because if we practice here as a team, we're going to get kicked out for using a field that's not busy, that's not being used. Okay, for budget, please consider eliminating. I saw the things that you guys are considering eliminating. I don't think it's fair what you guys are cutting. I didn't see there was some park recreation leaders that were being considered, but we have a director, acting director of Parks and Rec Team De La Rosa, but we also have a assistant park director. But so why do we need two of them? Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a little shorter, so. Good evening, Council. My name is Margarita Valenzuela, and I stand here as a resident. I do sit in a commission, but I come here as a resident first. I have been working with community for more than 20 years. That is the reason, because of the city I live in, because of the community I grew up with, is one of the reasons why I do what I do for a living. I come here not just to speak on behalf of my family, but a lot of residents that have lived here for 40 to 50 years, including my own family, that have tried to come and speak, are a little shy, are a little nervous, because what I have heard from community is that they are afraid that if they speak up, there'll be reprimands. And that's how they're feeling right now, that a lot of these cuts are coming from a place of, we shouldn't have said anything. Nobody influences us. We've been here long enough to make our own decisions. We're adults. We have our own opinions, and you may not agree with everything that we may say. But what we want to know, what our neighbors, what my community, my neighbors, my family wants to know is, how did we get here? You have done a presentation of what we're going to cut, what we're not going to have, but how did we get here? Where did it come from? The questions I get is, what happened to the money that was passed in 2008? What happened to the survey that was passed? How come we don't have any clarity? And every time I say, go into the meeting and ask. No, because se enojan. No, because nos van a quitar más cosas. And, I don't think that's okay. I think we do have an opportunity to discuss and find together, solutions. Talk to people, be okay with the answers you're going to get. It's not always going to be what you want to hear. But I think, especially for the residents that have been here for 30, 40, 50 years, that have seen this city transform into many different ways. They just want clarity. They just want transparency. Nobody is here to attack anybody. They just want answers. And what I am asking is that you are open-minded about that, because you're going to get a lot more of that coming forward, and it's going to be coming from their mind, their hearts. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Good evening, Fernando Madrigal, Vice President of the Southgate Chamber of Commerce. We are one of the programs that is being affected. So, yeah, I completely understand how tough it is. Obviously not as tough as what you guys are going through, but just to give everyone an idea, the Southgate Chamber of Commerce has 4 deliverables to the city right now, the Christmas parade being one of them, State of the City, the Business Expo, and a Career Expo. In addition to those, the Chamber of Commerce has also developed a couple of programs, one of them being the Men's Wellness Fair that focuses on mental health. This year it's being held in June the 13th. We have multiple pop-ups at the Chamber where we support small businesses to provide and promote their products at a low cost to the community. We host multiple workshops from financial literacy to nutrition, all the way down to creating the perfect Mother's Day accessory and gifts, again, at a low price. We also provide an entrepreneurial desk for individuals that are starting their businesses. We collaborate with the LA Department of Mental Health, Crossroads of Southern California, the Veterans Stand Together, Marathon Petroleum, Mr. C's Towing, Northgate Gonzalez Market, Office of Janice Hahn, Jose Luis Olache, and Ane Barragan. We also collaborate with a lot of the small businesses, Villains Barbershop, Southgate Parks, Southgate Pack and Ship, Chick-fil-A, Cane's, again, Northgate Gonzalez Market, Mothers Nutritional Centers, Children's Dentistry. We also collaborate with the city of Southgate, and we're helping with a gifting program where we help businesses enter a program that allowed the community to double their impact and their buying power when they shopped at those businesses. We also helped the city with during their 100-year celebration. It is, I am honored to say that the Southgate Chamber of Commerce is one of the very few fully functional chambers of commerce in the South East area. You see all of our surrounding cities, not happening. We are one of the very few that continue to offer grand openings, marketing support, office assistance, job training and internships, professional headshots, and much, much more. With a stipend that the Chamber of Commerce receives, we are able to affect hundreds of small businesses. And by providing low cost or no cost opportunities to them, we are able to impact tens of thousands of community members to take advantage of free haircuts, food, toys, health screenings, and many, many more resources. I hear everyone saying of all the cuts that they have to do. The Chamber has been working with cuts. To my right, Ana Elizarraras, Executive Director. She is the one-person show. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good evening. Caroline Maravilla. Some of you already know me from many encounters before. I have a few questions of why it's a general fund, why it's not, why we can't have an actual number of where the money is going. Specifically, we were taxed previously with Measure P.
Is this
and that
for
money,
the? Is this for
this
the?
is still for the pool. This is for the pool.
Is this for the UUT or for the cuts?
For cuts.
Okay.
I attended the park commission meeting this week, and they were not able to give me actual numbers of the spending of the pool. It was a mind-boggling thing for them to have actual concrete numbers that were being spent of how the amount that were being people paid. They couldn't even tell us the amount that patrons were paying to get into the pool. And the fact that this would even be on the chopping block without even having actual numbers provided concrete to the community is a little mind boggling, because you guys put these people in these positions and they don't know what they're doing. They don't know the numbers they're doing. They're just spewing out nonsense. The pool was once held Olympic trials. This pool is not only a beacon in the park that a lot of the community goes to, but other community members from other cities come to this pool for recreation, for fun, for summer, and for winter. And the fact is that it's something that is necessary for our community to have. And the fear that we have is that we will become Watts and Compton in the 80s and 90s and 70s, where everything was shut down. It starts with one thing. You're saying it's for a small amount of time, but what is preventing you from saying, hey, we're getting so much, we're saving so much that we're just not going to reopen. And it'll just be something else you get to shut down in our community. Something else that once was and is no longer. Just because we're a Hispanic and Latino community does not mean that these things should occur. If you go to any white, Caucasian, or Asian community, these things wouldn't even be happening. These things wouldn't even be on the chopping board as a proposal for them. You would hear about cutting back to spending. You hear about cutting back on pay. You'd be cutting back on pay raises. You'd be on moratoriums on hiring. These are things that you would be hearing in these communities. Why is it so that these things that affect our community, our students who are getting scholarships to go to university because they're in these pool and these swimming programs, why is it that they have to suffer? Why is it that the parents have to suffer and worry that my kid can't get a scholarship one day because our pool is being threatened? These are things that are mind-boggling, things that we shouldn't even have to be here to defend the closing of a pool. But yet we are here again defending something that's this nonsensical. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan. I'm a lifetime resident here in Southgate, and I'm gonna try to read through this as quick as I can. And hello, everybody.
I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Yes.
If you can move to the next one so you don't bent over. Thank you.
Hello, test 1, 2. Hello, all you beautiful souls. So, art fosters and nurtures community, and vice versa. I have seen firsthand the positive support and inspiration the Southgate Museum specifically and the city's cultural initiatives have on the community, as everybody here can attest to. It keeps people connected, motivated, centered, and inspired. It keeps the youth engaged and builds communal and social understanding while centering on the ties that connect people to their roots and their homes. The cultural work, and specifically the work of the Southgate Museum, is an investment in the community, the people, and its culture. A lot of people are struggling, but creative work benefits the social economy and civic pride. Foregoing these cultural events and engagements will leave a gap in the city and open it up to outside influences, while not necessarily bad or negative, and it will lose the foundation families and creatives have fostered here, just through the communal work that everybody does. I understand the economical hardship the city is facing, but would encourage you to think of alternative solutions, which have been presented, but I don't know, are there ways to fundraise, reducing but not outright completely eliminating certain proposals, reducing other funding? Is there I'm not smart enough, but are there other tax initiatives or other things that we can do? What are other solutions? This is just a general question that I'm asking. We've built such a strong foundation and by extension have created civic pride and example for other local organizations and creatives. People really see Southgate for the beauty that it is because of the people that live here and what we have created together. I've seen places come and go and work that goes into building something new. It takes work, it takes effort, it takes time. And I would just encourage not to lose that momentum. Questions, how long will these cuts last? What can we do to raise funds? Again, grants, sponsorships, loans. Another question, how did we get here? How can we be more transparent? And just with my last remaining minute, I guess, I don't know. I've lived here all my life, basically. I'm very happy to be a part of just this community of people that live here and call this place home. I've seen just beautiful relationships, just things flourish here because of the work that everybody puts in. It's not just through creativity, but through their own unique individual strengths and weaknesses. And again, I'm just here to kind of encourage more than anything, like understanding just the transparency, just a sense of trying to get to know more about like our city, like what can we do without respectfully, like I'm not here to reprimand anyone. It's just like, as other people have mentioned, we're just trying to get an understanding and see like what can we do to grow as a collective together. And really just to have all that in mind. Peace and love. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Gabriel Enamorado. I'm the founder and executive director of Stay Arts, and I also serve on the advisory panel for the Sela Cultural Center. I've grown up in Southeast LA my whole life, from Cudahy to Bell to Downey, and my first job was here in Southgate. Over the past few years, the city has led the way in Southeast LA by reinvesting in its museum, supporting the space, staffing, and programming. That level of commitment is not common in our region, and it has made a real impact. What the museum team has built is significant. They've brought renewed energy into the community, created opportunities for artists, and made arts and culture accessible to residents. This is exactly what a city-led space is meant to do. Through Stay Arts, we've experienced what it looks like when arts funding is cut. Our space in Downey began as city-supported, and we had to pivot when that support went away at the end of 2024. But this situation is different. This is a city-run space with city staff being directly impacted. There's been a narrative that because the Sela Cultural Center is being developed, existing local investment can be scaled back. I want to be clear, regional spaces cannot replace hyperlocal ones. We need both. Expansion should not mean replacement. I understand the city is facing a budget deficit, and these are difficult decisions, but investment in the arts should not be viewed only as a line item to reduce. It is an economic and community asset. While the impact may not be immediate, studies have shown that arts investment can return roughly $2 for every dollar invested through increased local economic activity. Eliminating the cultural arts division is not just a budget decision. It reduces capacity and removes the knowledge, experience, and relationships that have been built over time. From our perspective, this is an opportunity to think creatively about solutions. As an organization working in this space, we're open to being a resource or partner in exploring ways to sustain and build on what has already been established here. We encourage the city to continue leading in this space and to consider securing the cultural arts division for the years ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Leticia Fernandez-Ivans. I've been a culture worker in Los Angeles for the last 25 years, working primarily with Los Angeles County and LA Metro. And now I'm the Senior Director of Civic Strategies and Partnerships with the Music Center of Los Angeles. Why would I travel for an hour from outside of Sela to be here to give an in-person public comment? Well, my deep respect and affection for the City of Southgate's Cultural Arts Division was sparked in 2020. While working with Metro's Arts Division, we secured a modest grant to commission Sela-based artists to share their story of community identity through public engagement and artwork creation, all intended to inform future Metro Art capital investments in Southgate and Sela. I had the pleasure of working with the Southgate Cultural Arts Division, and the team was crucial to the project Nos Vemos, We See Us, a name given by community stakeholders. Based on 6 years of experience, the city's division is an anchor who holds partner organizations bringing resources to the community, whether in large or small amounts, accountable. They are connectors, serving as a clearinghouse for opportunities that residents and Southgate artists can trust. The Southgate Arts Division unlocks opportunities and resources for and with the local artist community while keeping Southgate residents' needs and desires at the forefront. You have an anchor. Today, I work with the Music Center, whose mission is to serve all of Los Angeles County. And based on our surveys of program participants, we need to do a better job at engaging the Southgate community, both through engagement on our site, on our campus in downtown LA, but also through programs in schools and neighborhoods here. One way we do this is by forging trusting, reciprocal partnerships that are contributory, non-extractive, genuinely collaborative, and prioritize public service. I can talk for an hour about how inspiring, transformative the cultural affairs or arts division programs are to me.
Community members say it best, like Jonathan. At the end of the day, the division represents the soul, identity, and residents' attachment to the city during a very destabilizing time. You have an anchor. Don't lose the museum and gallery, the epicenter of vitality, joy, social connection, and civic pride for your city. I stand behind and with the community members to advocate for the preservation of the full Cultural Arts Division. Your anchor. Please keep it whole.
Arturo, can you help them? Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Sophia Reese. Please don't close the pool. I like it very much. They help us and they treat us like their kids. All the other kids like the pool too. Please keep the pool open. If you close it, all the kids will be sad. And trust me, we will cry. Thank you.
You guys got to, I understand that was beautiful, but no clapping, please. Okay, we got to make sure we can record the audio. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ernesto. Coming here for all Southgate swim team. I love my team so much. If you can keep the team going for all of us and being as a family.
Thank you.
I'm going to do this in Spanish. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yancy López y estoy acá hoy para expresar respetuosamente mi oposición a los recortes propuestos al Departamento de Artes Culturales.
She's here to give her displeasure about the cuts to the Cultural Arts Department.
Como solución al déficit de $9.4 millones de la ciudad.
As a solution for the cuts of a $9.4 million deficit.
Entiendo que la ciudad enfrenta desafíos financieros serios y que se deben tomar decisiones difíciles.
She understands that there's difficult decisions that need to be made.
Sin embargo, recortar las artes culturales no es la solución. Es una medida a corto plazo que genera consecuencias negativas a largo plazo.
Cutting the cultural arts program is a short-term solution to a long-term problem.
El Departamento de Artes Culturales no es un lujo, es un servicio esencial.
The Cultural Arts Department isn't a luxury, it's essential.
Proporcionar a nuestra comunidad, especialmente a nuestros jóvenes, espacios seguros y creativos que los mantienen activos.
It gives our youth a space to maintain their creativity.
Be safe.
And be safe, yes.
Y mantener activos.
And to maintain them active.
Motivados.
Motivated.
Y alejados de los problemas.
And removed from problems.
Esos programas fomentan la confianza.
These programs give trust.
Enseñan disciplina.
They show discipline.
Y crean oportunidades que muchas familias en nuestra ciudad no pueden costear por su cuenta.
And it creates programs for many of our communities.
It creates opportunities. Southgate es una comunidad diversa y trabajadora con profundas raíces culturales.
Southgate is a very diverse community with deep cultural roots.
Nuestros programas artísticos celebran esa identidad.
Our artistic programs celebrate this identity.
Unen a las personas.
They unite the people.
Fortalecen el orgullo comunitario.
They fortify the unity in the community.
Y mejoran la calidad de vida.
And they better the quality of life.
Eliminarnos envía el mensaje de que la cultura,
eliminating them sends the message that the culture,
la creatividad y la participación comunitaria,
creativity and participation of the community,
son prescindibles cuando en realidad no lo son.
They're, what was the word?
They're like
essential.
Essential.
Essential. Thank you.
También debemos considerar el impacto más amplio.
We should also consider the impact. fully.
Recortar estos programas no resolverá significantemente un déficit de 9.4 millones de dólares.
Cutting this program won't do much to a deficit of $9.4 million.
Pero sí afectará de manera desproporcionada a los residentes
But it will disproportionately affect the community
que más dependen de ellos.
that depend on them.
Una vez que estos programas se eliminan,
Once these programs are eliminated,
es extremadamente difícil y costoso recuperarlos.
it's extremely difficult and costly to recuperate.
En lugar de eliminar las artes culturales,
Instead of eliminating cultural arts,
exijo al Consejo a explorar soluciones alternativas.
she wants alternate resolutions
explore.
from the council members.
Reasignación de fondos, búsqueda de subvenciones,
Reassigning funds,
Reinvent.
formación de alianzas o la identificación
forming alliances,
or
or
identification
identification
de ineficiencias en otras áreas
of inefficiencies in other areas.
que no afectan directamente a los servicios comunitarios.
They don't affect directly the community services.
Las decisiones presupuestas reflejan nuestras prioridades,
The decisions of the
reflect our priorities.
they reflect our priorities.
Si invertimos en nuestra comunidad,
If we
invest,
invest in our community,
especialmente en nuestros jóvenes y en nuestra cultura,
especially in our youth and in our culture,
estamos invirtiendo en un Southgate más fuerte, más seguro y más unido.
we're investing in a Southgate that's stronger, more secure,
And united.
and united.
Les pido respetuosamente que reconsideren esos recortes y protejan el Departamento de Artes Culturales.
I ask respectfully that you reconsider and protect the cultural arts program.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Hola, mi nombre es Jesús Pelayo y yo creo que los recortes que deben de hacer los deben de estudiar muy bien, porque sí considero que el déficit que ya hay es mucho y no debe de haber déficit, porque considero que no están administrando bien
Señor
los
Jesús.
fondos de la ciudad.
Señor
Sí,
Jesús.
nomás puede dejar una pausa para que pueda ser.
Entonces deben de analizar muy bien los recortes que vayan a hacer. Estoy 100% en desacuerdo en el impuesto que quieren imponer.
Señor Jesús, ¿usted nos puede dar pausa cada vez que hable un poquito para que la
¿Pueda
traductora lo
traducir?
haga en inglés, por favor?
Por favor.
Pues,
Sí,
Está bien. Así es que yo considero que el déficit no debe de existir.
He
Porque
considers that the deficit shouldn't exist.
son 5 ustedes los que están trabajando ahí
It's 5 of you that are up there.
y se me hace ilógico que no se den cuenta a tiempo de que hay un déficit.
He thinks it's
Hay-
not logical that there should be a deficit.
¿Sí? Entonces, creo yo que deben de tener a lo mejor mejor comunicación ustedes para darse cuenta a tiempo.
That you should all have better communication to know that this was happening ahead of time.
Y en cuanto a los recortes, pues ustedes más que nadie deben de saber qué recortes deben de hacer.
You more than anyone should know which cuts should take place.
Por ejemplo, conciertos en el parque, yo creo que son innecesarios.
For example, he thinks concerts in the park aren't necessary.
Es dinero que se está gastando sin tenerlo.
It's money that's being wasted without having it.
No sé qué es lo que planeen con recortes que vayan a hacer.
He doesn't know
Digamos,
what will the plan be with the cuts that are being made.
hay muchos programas que pueden seguir y muchos que quizás pueden cortar.
Many programs that can continue and some that maybe you can cut.
También pueden en todos los departamentos, incluyendo el departamento de policía, yo creo que es mucho el dinero que ahí se gasta.
That there's many departments and he believes that in the police department there's too much money that's being wasted.
Yo considero que el departamento de policía es demasiado personal el que se trabaja allí.
There's too much personnel in the police department.
Y lo digo porque ya un tiempo estuvo mi hija y ella se dio cuenta aquí.
That her daughter was there and that she recognized that.
Entonces, allí es donde se está yendo mucho dinero.
That's where a lot
Entonces,
of money is going to.
y también cuando necesita uno un servicio de la policía, van como las 3 horas o las 4 horas o no van.
That when they need any, he needs any services from the police department, that it takes about 3 hours if they go.
Deben de asegurarse de que los empleados todos hagan su trabajo y está bien,
That
porque
they should
todos
all,
dependemos del trabajo.
that they should make sure that the employees are doing their job, that he understands that we all depend on our
Así
job.
que consideren todo esto y en comunidad todos podemos poner un poquito de nuestra parte, pero ustedes son los líderes de nosotros.
To take this into consideration, and as a community, we can all do a little part, but that you should all take that into consideration.
Ese impuesto que quieren imponer nos va a afectar a todos aquí nosotros.
That tax that you want to apply will affect everyone that's here.
Así es que reconsideren esto y de mi parte es todo.
Please reconsider.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jojo Del Real, and I am a resident of the city of Southgate. I'm here to express deep concern, one, that we're in this 9.4 million deficit, right? But also how the city is planning to address this deficit. It's so disheartening to see these cuts, and I'm particularly concerned with the proposal to cut the entire cultural arts department, as this department does so many amazing things with very little. Their events have meant so much for community members from all walks of life, from local artists to youth. And personally, through their events, I've been encouraged to lean into my creativity and joy, which I'm sure a lot of folks here can also attest to that themselves. As we face the challenges of everyday life, it's important to have this kind of programming. The cultural arts program is funded at $188,000, just about, and operating with only 3 staff. And the decision to put this entire department on the chopping blocks, as well as the livelihoods of this team, is very concerning, especially as the city continues to hire for departments such as the police department. And I bring this, right, as perspective, right, as I see the questions here on the PowerPoint for council members to consider different approaches to be considered, right? And just for perspective, the salary in the current job postings for 2 of these police positions could fund the entire cultural arts department alone. The police department receives 55% of all city funds, over $2 million in overtime, and hundreds of thousands of dollars in special equipment, uniforms, and even about $40,000 in fitness incentives for officers. And I bring this up as the proposed cuts are not proportionate to the size of the department or the funding it receives. Just as a comment was made earlier that the cuts are being proportionate, I urge you to reconsider these proportions because there's discrepancies there. And as the city is moving forward with new hires, while we are getting rid of so many city employees and programs, I urge the city to protect the cultural arts department, youth sports and programming, and to also seek additional, resources outside and funding to help fix this issue that it seems to have been years in the making. Yield my time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Beatriz Coronado. I'm currently a high school teacher here in Southeast Los Angeles at Bell Senior High. I also hold a master's degree in education from UCLA. I'm here today in the wake of the disturbing news that a vital program is at risk of being defunded here in the city of Southgate, the Cultural Arts Division. The Cultural Arts Division is a lifeline for many youth and family members here in Southeast Los Angeles community in terms of their social emotional development. At a time where political tensions have caused financial, cultural, and personal distress, it is important now more than ever that we as leaders provide youth with programming in which they can safely and creatively express themselves and find community centers to lean on for that support. Events like the annual Zine Fiesta, which I personally attended last year, allows children and their families to spend time together and participate in art activities, see local artists work, and build community with other residents. This type of community programming from the Cultural Arts Division provides an equitable and accessible opportunity where families can build social emotional learning skills together beyond the regular school day when parents and families are at work. In the field of education, we stress that social emotional learning is known to be a vital component in a child's development that can contribute to a student's overall success in and outside of school. Social emotional learning is essentially the skill of developing high quality social relationships and coping skills to address the challenges of everyday life. And the arts and art education is a great way to tap into that skill for the diverse learners of our community. Programming such as the annual Zine Fiesta, cultural art walks, and community art classes are prime examples of places where social emotional skills are in practice. Thank you for taking the time to hear from a concerned community member. Please keep the arts funded.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas tardes. My name is Rosario Calatayud Serna. I'm an arts business owner and a former Arts and Theater Commissioner for the City of Huntington Park. I'm here in support of the Southgate Arts and Culture Division. I urge you to protect its funding for the next fiscal year and beyond. The museum and the art gallery is the only museum and municipal art gallery in all of Southeast Los Angeles. Its staff are experts in conservation, art installation, programming, workshop development, and have provided expertise to artists and arts professionals throughout all of Los Angeles. According to a 2003 research study titled Americans Speak Out About the Arts, conducted by Americans for the Arts, 70% of all Americans strongly support local government funding for the arts. That includes the residents that you represent. Research also shows that for every $1 invested in the arts, it generates $2 in return, which is nearly $400,000 in impact to the city of Southgate. Consider the long-term effects of these decisions, the access that you will be eliminating to culture, learning, and community pride for Southgate. This moment is an opportunity for you, city staff, and elected officials to get to work and gather community partners, nonprofits, and the private sector to come together and strategize, leveraging the new cultural center expected in the region. It's time to think outside the box to get things done. Ask yourselves, what happens when expression, history, and the only avenue for accessible arts programs is gone? Stand for the arts and for the thriving communities of Southgate. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla Alonso. I'm a resident of Southgate, and I'm here to voice my disapproval at the budget proposal that seeks to cut the entire cultural arts division here in Southgate. The council always asks that community members show up and make their voices heard. Well, we are here and we reject this proposal. The cultural arts division has brought much needed programming to our Southgate community. If you have attended the Art Walk, Zine Fest, Print Fair, or museum exhibits, and I know council members have been there because I have seen you there, then you have been enjoying events put on by the hardworking staff at the Cultural Arts Division. I urge the council to find another way to make the budget work for our community. Do not decimate our Cultural Arts Division. There is always a discussion in these budget meetings about public safety this, public safety that, but our community also deserves fun and joy, and programming that allows us to enjoy arts in our own backyards. I don't want to have to travel to the West Side, West LA, Mid-City LA, to go have art, to go have fun, to go make art, when I can just do it here in my backyard, literally here, in this backyard here. So please do not cut our Cultural Arts Division. Thank you.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff. Name is Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. And I know my name has been mentioned a few times today because of questions that has been asked. I want to make sure that residents that are here today and parents know that the pool is important, the parks are important, art is important. But it's being cut because something else was funded. And I want to say that again, those things are being cut because something else was funded, right? And so it comes down to priorities. What do we prioritize in our community that pools and youth programs and the parks need to be affected, right? That's a question that I think needs to be answered. And many people here have mentioned that they don't like the solutions or they don't like what's being proposed. And I don't either. I oppose to that. So I think that there are other questions that need to be asked and other solutions need to be proposed rather than just, again, saying, let's just raise taxes and let's make sure that we get the money from there. And I know that, there's been talks that has come about talking about disinformation and misinformation being put out there by social media outlets, myself, and other community members. And the fact is that these cuts are going to affect everyone. And the proposal that you guys are going to talk about next is also going to affect everyone, regardless if you say there's an exemption. Everyone will be affected by that. And there's no way around that. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that and that they ask the questions and that we make sure that our priorities are what really are put at the front. Specifically, I want to also address the surveys that have been taken. Are these cuts aligned with whatever the survey results were? Because again, we still have not seen those results and we'd like to know. I mean, did people specifically say, yeah, close our pool, turn off our lights, cut our youth programs? Is that what was said in the survey? Who knows? Because we haven't seen it. So I mean, again, we spent money on 2 surveys, survey 1 and survey 2, and we've yet to see what is in that survey. And I think that's going to be telling because obviously you guys didn't see something you wanted to see there. So again, guys, this is about transparency. This is about accountability. This is about making sure we know why and how we got here, because this has been a long time coming. Many of you guys have said it. I've known. Councilmember Hurtado said he's known for years. So why hasn't anything been done? Many of you guys have said that. I mean, and it's not just any individual. Collectively, as a body, you guys are all responsible for that. But I know that if the majority wants to do one thing, the other votes don't matter. So again, I think we should prioritize whatever is the community wants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm a resident of Southgate, Sergio Chavez, and I'm here today to respectfully oppose any proposal to increase taxes of our community. Right now, families in Southgate are already feeling the pressure, the cost of living.
Mr. Chavez, if you're going to talk about the proposed tax, it would be item number 2, which is the next one, if you'd like to discuss that.
Okay, the cuts.
Yeah, if you want to talk about cuts, you can talk now.
Okay, the cuts. Yeah. Why we don't cut like public works as well? When it's 2 months on public works, then it's for the next one or for this one?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Then if you have 2 men working on the sidewalk, one is just standing there and the other one it's working, why not cut that person that he's not doing nothing instead of just having 2 men in the job? It's a 1-man job. You know, like you said, we don't want to close a swimming pool or that. You could see other solutions. If it's only a 1-man job, then just keep 1-man job on that. And like I said, everybody needs a job. I need a job too. But we, on our work, it's only 1-man job and we still got to do it, you know? Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Diana Morales, and I'm the Executive Director of the Stella Arts Foundation. And I'm here today in strong support of maintaining funding for the Cultural Arts Division and the Southgate Museum and Art Gallery. We commend your leadership for being one of the first cities in Southeast LA to support the arts community by creating your own in-house arts and cultural division, but are really deeply concerned with the cuts. In just 5 years, the Southgate Museum team has built something truly remarkable, from art exhibitions, programming, historical curations, classes, and special events. And that kind of work is really hard to build and even harder to replace. Arts and cultural programs are not extras. They are fundamental to what keeps our community connected and thriving. The Stella Cultural Center represents a really exciting investment in this region, but our investment should not start or end with the construction of a facility. The work needs to happen now because the Arts and Cultural Division here in Southgate are the foundation and what will help shape the center to ensure that it really reflects the community and the people of Southgate. At a time when our community needs more investment, we respectfully urge you to maintain the funding for the Cultural Arts Division and stand by the commitment you already made to arts and the people of Southgate. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Dr. Wilma Franco, Executive Director for the Southeast LA Collaborative, and we serve as a regional convener for the Southeast. While we understand the cities are facing difficult decisions right now, reducing arts and recreation funding is not the right direction for community wellness. Arts and culture programming in Southgate and Stella as a whole are a core part of what keeps our communities connected and thriving. At a time where communities need more investments, these cuts would move things in the wrong direction. Our region is still recovering from the impacts of COVID, but given the political climate of this federal administration, more than ever, our communities need recreation, parks, and arts that support community health and mental wellness, and create a safe space for communities to feel safe in their own homes. One of the things that I noticed was that we also highlighted, and I would be remiss if I do not mention the nonprofit sector, because that is a pillar of our priorities. So I know that we shared the cost, of the fee waivers is a little over 200K. But I think when we have these conversations, we also need to talk from a full cost benefit analysis. And oftentimes we don't speak in terms of monetary value of the benefit the nonprofit sector brings to the community. There are also ways that we can seek funding to support these areas. One of them is Measure G. This is a county funding opportunity that is an annual over $300 million that specifically funds things like art, recreation, sports, and these are areas that we can seek funding for as cities as well as nonprofits. So I think we welcome opportunities to continue to engage. I think this is opportunities where we can continue to drive regional conversations, but also collaboration and partnership amongst all of the organizations here. Thank you so much.
Hello, Council. My name is Francisco Rodriguez, and I am a lifetime resident, business owner, and lover of the city. I'm not coming to you with proposals. I'm just going to give you the experience that is the arts and why the arts is important. The arts has been huge in my life. As a kid who comes from this area, the arts aren't a thing that we go into. And I went into it. I became an audio engineer. I worked on, I won Grammys. I worked on a bunch of stuff for Disney, Marvel, and Lucas. I bought a house here in Southgate because Southgate Arts created who I am today. And I find it remiss that the council is even thinking about taking this money out of the program that is rightly an amazing program, and what these women have done to this program and for this program and for the city is what will, inspire people like me to do what I do. The arts created my life, and I'm bringing that back here. It's hard for me to see the council throw their hands up, say, well, we can't do it. There's over 40 years here of experience within the city. That we didn't know this was coming is not a viable answer for me. So I want you to really think about this. And each one of you that have Mr. Houston, Aranya Hamilton, all of you think about, I know not all of you live in the city, but think about whether or not your child has access to these types of programs and whether or not you think your child would be like the kid that came up here and was saying they were crying. The arts are important. We talk about life skills that we're building through the pool. These are all important things. And your decision today will create the type of person like me that comes back into the city and invests in the city, buys property, and creates business here. Understand that your decision to change this, to get rid of these types of programs, will take a whole generation of people out of the mix. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Español. Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Trinidad Maravilla
Yo vengo en contra de los recortes que van a hacer para el grupo, para el deporte para los jóvenes.
She's against the cuts for the youth.
Tengo 2 niños, uno en el club de natación y otra en softball.
She has 2 children, one in the aquatics team and one in softball.
La meta familiar que nosotros tenemos es que nuestros hijos vayan a la universidad.
As a goal for her family is for her children to go to the university.
Y he escuchado de muchos padres que ya tienen hijos grandes que pasaron por el club de natación y han agarrado becas en buenas universidades.
She's known of other parents that have gone through the aquatics club and have gotten scholarships for the university.
So eso me ha motivado a levantar la voz por los jóvenes.
That has
por los-
motivated her to raise her voice for the youth
y por los niños que vienen detrás de ellos, porque si se fijan,
and
hay
for the children that are coming behind them.
hasta bebés son los que están practicando.
If you notice, there's also babies that are practicing.
Mis hijos empezaron desde bebés,
My children started as babies
así en las piscinas,
in the pool
practicando.
practicing.
Una de las ciudades que ahorita está cerrada es Linwood. La gente ni siquiera corre en el parque, ni mucho menos nada en sus piscinas.
One of the cities that's closed right now is Linwood. That she doesn't see anyone at the parks and less in the pool.
Por eso muchas personas vienen aquí porque Southgate ya es una comunidad que todavía está sana.
Then that's why many people come to Southgate, because it's a city that is still safe.
So yo les pido por favor de que consideren en no cerrar los deportes de los jóvenes.
And she asked to please not remove any of the youth programs.
Gracias.
Good evening, everybody. Would like Inez Cardenas. As much as I would like to keep a low profile, City of Southgate resident and employee for 23 years in the City of Southgate. And I am here very concerned regarding the proposed cuts to the Building and Safety Community Development Department. Staff proposed a lot of reclassifications versus cutting. You're not only cutting positions across the board, you're cutting city residents. We employees, a lot of us in the division are city employees, which there will be very much affected. And it makes no sense to us that you're keeping positions that were barely created a year, 2 years ago, and letting go positions that have been in the budget since the time of day that the building department was created, the community development was created, and yet those employees that are residents are being let go, and you're keeping people that have been here for 2 months, 3 months, a year, or 2 years. We're gonna end up with, I don't know how many managers and only to supervise 1 or 2 employees. That makes absolutely no sense. I commend Arturo because he is doing a reclassification of his department before he started doing cuts to actual people, which that could have been the solution in the Building and Safety Division. There is so many allocations also that are being charged across the board that God knows what those are for. We question them. There's no answer to what allocations those are for. Regarding to the pre-sale, those are my babies. I'm very opposed to that being cut. I'm sorry, Gabriel. We are the only line of defense for property owners on a lifetime investment. People take 300 people to buy a car, their mechanic, their tia, their tío, the mom, but yet when they buy a house, residents hardly do any research. That's the sad part. And I see it every day at the counter when they come and they find out that their garage was converted illegally, that their addition where their kitchen now sits, it's unpermitted, and they have windows that are not up to code, water heaters, re-roofs, you name it, electrical. We have houses that got on fire, and there was garage conversions, all of that. Our pre-sale protects every potential buyer that comes in here. And if you eliminate that, I see it as a big problem as a homeowner, as a resident, and to our community, it is a disservice to end that program. And it is a city ordinance, and it is my understanding to get rid of an ordinance, you have to bring it up to council again to be eliminated. It's been there since the 80s. It's been there to protect people from garage conversions.
Thank you very
And
much.
aside from other things. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Rigoberto Ruiz, and I'm here not only as our father, but a concerned citizen that is going to be losing the aquatic center for 6 months out of the year. I am the parent of Sophia, the first little girl that spoke. She was actually very shy before she was swimming. Now that she's out flourished, I'm proud of her. Please, I'm going to be short. Do whatever you have to do to keep the pool open. The programs for the pool, it's necessary not only for her, but other kids that are up and coming. I see it. I see it with her, and I see it with hundreds of kids that come in every day. Please do whatever you have to do to keep them in mind when you make a decision. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Hello, my name is Mariah Tavares, and I'm with the Southgate Aqua Coalition swim team. And me and my friends have qualified for a lot of big meets, and we're happy about that. And we practice really hard every day. But swimming in your dreams is like a staircase, like a really long staircase, and you're climbing and climbing. And closing the pool is just going to be like slamming a door in your face when you were so close to making it to your dreams. So I'm ranked 4th in the whole Pacific Division, and I want to go to the Olympics. I'm 6 seconds off from the world record in most of my good events. But my coach, Danny, who was standing right there, he's really hard on us. But how can he be hard on us if we don't have a pool and we don't have nowhere to practice? He might lose his job as an amazing coach, by the way. But I just really don't want to close the pool. Like the little girl Sophia said, yes, we will cry because we really, really, really enjoy this pool. And many kids with disabilities, this is a really good physical activity. Swimming is a full body workout, and even for recreational, it's a really fun thing to do. 2 years ago, I was a recreational swimmer a long time ago, and swimming was just something I really wanted to do, and swimming really helped me where I am today. And I would like to thank Coach Danny, and I would not be here today if it wasn't for him, and I want to keep going further, and I can't do that if the pool is closed. So please, I beg you guys, do not close the pool. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mia Gonzalez, and I am 9 years old. I am a Southgate swimmer in the swim team. I left all my anxiety in the pool. I left other sports out just to do swimming. I did cheer, ice skating, gymnastics, and more. I left my sports for swimming. I like my coaches because they are nice and the pool is always warm. I love the pool, and I remember the first time I jumped in the pool.
Hi, I'm Gabriela. I'm here with the Southgate Aquatic Center. I feel like you guys should keep the cool because for me, all my anxiety just gets out of the door when I go in the pool. For me, it makes me feel calm. For other people, it might make them feel relaxed. I think you guys should keep the pool so other people can feel relaxed and all their feelings can be out the door. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Marcela González, soy la mamá de Mía González. Mía es una niña que sufre de ataques de ansiedad y pánico. Nada en las piscinas de Southgate desde que tiene 4 años. Creo que este problema
Perdón, si me deja traducir.
Sí, perdón, se me olvidó.
She's
sorry.
saying that Mia is a child who suffers from anxiety attacks. ¿Y qué más, perdón?
Ella nada en las piscinas de Southgate desde los 4 años.
And she swims in the pools of Southgate since she was 4 years old.
Y creo que este problema de cerrar la alberca no es nuevo, viene ya desde el año pasado.
This problem of closing the pool is not new, that it's been since last year.
Sin embargo, aquí no se está tomando en cuenta la salud mental de nuestros niños.
That we're not taking into consideration the mental health of our children.
Creo que en las escuelas no queremos más niños con déficit de atención e hiperactividad,
That in schools that they wouldn't want more children with ADHD.
ni queremos tampoco niños que sean adictos a fármacos que los va a llevar a una codependencia
Or children that will be codependent on medicine, right?
y que posiblemente en un futuro van a ser niños zombies.
And in the future, they would be children that are like zombies.
Ustedes tienen que pensar que el futuro de estos niños y quienes van a estar sentados el día de mañana en estas sillas son esos niños para los cuales yo pido que se pongan de pie, por favor.
She's telling you all to see that the future of these children that are the future that will be sitting in those seats are here.
Muchos de estos niños, incluyendo mi hija, encuentran la calma y la paz y su salud mental en el agua.
A lot
Mi
of the
hija-
children that are here find peace with their mental health when they're in the pool.
Mi hija hacía 4 deportes a la vez.
My daughter
Al-
would do 4 sports at one time,
Al final se decidió por natación
and she decided with swimming
porque dice que en el agua encuentra su paz.
because she says that in the water she feels peace.
Espero que con esto piensen un poco más en programas sobre la salud mental, porque no queremos más niños autolastimándose, ni suicidándose, ni depresivos.
I
Queremos que estén en el futuro aquí como ustedes lo están hoy.
I hope that you all consider not removing this, as we don't want more children that can hurt themselves or commit suicide, and as they are the future that will be sitting in these seats.
Muchas gracias.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Daniel Reese. I'm the head coach for the Southgate Aqua Coalition swim team. Just here to talk about the budget cuts. Just to give you guys a little bit more information, because I know you guys obviously are looking at, the monetary things about everything. Right now, there's 3 teams that actually use the pool. We're not the only ones who are using the pool. There's another team called Penguins. They're using the pool. There's another team from Linwood that is also using the pool. Swimming is year round. We really don't have any breaks. So whenever the pool does close, those kids, we're either going to find a way to keep the team going, having to go to different pools, which we're looking at right now. For our team right now, what we're looking at is about $4,000 to rent a month for every month that the pool is going to be closed. That's going to go obviously based on every single individual who's trying to go there. The further we have to go as far as what pools we can rent out and stuff like that also is going to obviously diminish the amount of kids that we have on the team. Right now, about 10% of our kids are qualifying for elite swim meets, which means that puts them in the top 8% of the state in their age group and in the event that they're swimming. And that's something that we've been able to do for the past 2 to 3 years. Because those types of kids don't stop, when the pool closes, they're not just going to be waiting around. Especially if we go to other pools or if we go and rent out other pools, there's going to be other teams there. That's usually how people lose their talent. And like I said, right now we have a lot of talented kids right now. Not only is it helping out 2 other teams, but not sure if you guys are aware, there has also been a league that has been going on for about 5 years now. I think maybe a little bit longer. That introduces Southgate to about 500, 600 kids every single time that we have that league. Different teams right now. I think the last time the league was there, it was 7 different teams. They're all talking about Southgate during that time. We're also been able to host some close to elite swim meets because of everyone that's been going and been able to see the Southgate pool.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Francisco Amezcua. I've been living in this city for 40 years. And I don't know if you guys ever considered an independent auditor for all the departments, including yours. I suggest you guys do that before you take a vote, consider any of those cuts, especially for the most vulnerable kids. And I don't know if the heads of departments and supervisors and assistant supervisors belong to the BA in the union, and if they are, I don't think they should, because there's a conflict of interest in there, and there's ways. And another thing, I read somewhere that the police department takes about 52% of the city budget, and I don't know if that's true, but if it's true, you guys should consider contacting the sheriff department to police our city. I bet you there'll be a big savings in there. That's it. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you guys for all being here, and also to everybody that's attended. I just want to comment. As an artist and here as an advocate for the cultural arts. I believe that I would just like for you guys just to envision yourselves back when you guys were kids, and just think if that was even something that was accessible for y'all, or even something you guys wanted to be a part of. Because I know I did when I was a kid, and honestly, living in Southeast LA has always been so scarce at some points. And I believe now, especially from the times from the Stella Arts Festival to all the programming from all community members and programmers and artists from our communities have been putting things together in the past few years. I believe that that's created some momentum and does not deserve for it to be some sort of cut in some sense. So I believe that if you guys can consider, just take yourselves back and since you guys were kids and something that you guys would really love to be a part of, seeing your work, your art, maybe dance, or seeing your parents just be happy about what you guys were doing. This is also would be something for mental health and everybody's peace of mind, just to be able to be expressive in their own way. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evelyn Martinez. I also serve on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the City of Southgate. I recognize some of you. I went to Southgate High School, Southgate Middle School, Independence Elementary, all here in Southgate. And some of you I recognize from when I was little. Sorry if that ages people. It also ages me. And it feels like people say this is a long time coming, and it definitely is. I learned to swim at the Southgate pool. So also advocating for them. The Southgate Museum has super cool pieces. People sometimes don't even know we have a museum. So I'm here not necessarily for the Citizens Advisory Committee. I'm also here as a resident. Anytime I travel for work or anything, I tell people I'm from Southgate. They're like, where is that? And I feel like because of this, it's a big issue of like, you guys are making it hard. I'm like, sorry, I'm like hyper emotional all the time. But well, I'm not gonna apologize for that, but like you guys are kind of making it hard to tell people that I'm from Southgate, because it's like, the city of Bell Gardens just got a new pool and we're gonna shut our pool down, and things like that. So also the mayor kind of touched on citizens aren't as involved as I guess they should be, not necessarily your words, kind of how I interpreted it. I've emailed Ms. Avalos a few times to try to join the Parks and Recs Committee. That was, I think, 2 or 3 months in the making, and I still haven't heard anything back. So when you guys say people don't want to be involved, we want to be involved, but you guys don't get back to us, or you make it hard to be involved. And one of the other things are misinformation, especially for this meeting, was being spread. I think a solution to that would be pretty easy is to open up the comments on Instagram for the City of Southgate page. I know you guys get ripped to shreds, but I think that's what comes with being a public figure. I get nasty emails too, being on the committee. Sometimes I reply, I read them, take them to the chin. That just comes with being a public figure. Our addresses are out there. Our phone numbers are out there. I get nasty texts too. And I think if I have to deal with that, just being a resident and wanting to be involved, if the comments rip you guys to shreds, I know that sucks. But I think if you want to limit the spread of misinformation, you just need to open up the comments. People get crazy, maybe you can filter. I don't know if that's like a freedom of speech violation. But I feel like there are some solutions to misinformation. I feel like a lot of people were here and you say it might be too late to advocate for things because this has been months in the making. So that could have saved a lot of people time and a lot of people effort traveling from far to just open that up. So everyone here, I'm trying to, advocate for you guys on behalf of like the Citizens Advisory Committee. They only meet twice a year, 3 times a year. The Parks and Recs, I believe, meet once a month. So I'm trying to get on that to kind of advocate for that. I'm also like still young, people work, not everyone can come. So it's not that residents don't want to be involved. People have to work 1 job, 2 job, 3 jobs, take care of kids and do all these other things. So that we want to be involved, just make it easy to be involved. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Citlali Hijosa. My father was a longtime worker here in the city of Southgate. I am a resident of Maywood, but I'm also a teaching artist here in Southgate, HP, all over Stella and LA. The first event that was created after COVID in the Southgate Museum was called Cuídate, take care of yourself. It was important for us to acknowledge and be aware what art brought to us during those times. A lot of us pursued in creating something, right? Using art. Art is very important. I also work for a nonprofit that uses poetry and storytelling as a way of healing. I believe that the city of Southgate and the surrounding cities have amazing stories to tell, including all of you that are sitting here tonight. In 2022, I was hired by a nonprofit to invite the community of Southgate to write their stories and their experiences. I gave them prompts, and all the responses that I got from them were amazing. They were telling stories, good stories about the city of Southgate, which is often not only from Southgate, but from Sela, is not enough. It was interesting, it was amazing, it was intergenerational. It's not only for youth, it's also for adults, and I think we forget that sometimes. My job as an artist, as a poet, as a printmaker is to tell the stories that are going on, and this is one of them. I think is a disservice. We're doing a disservice to our community if we do cut our arts programs here, including the participation that the Southgate Museum has done for the past 5 years. It has become a beacon for so many local artists as we as artists look for a community or artists that want to participate to be part of a community. And that's it. I hope you all really reconsider this. I hear you, some of you yawning, and I know it might not be of interest for you, but I'm gonna tell you all something. With the youth that I've gotten to work with, the one thing that has helped them to remove themselves from issues, from gang violence, for any kind of violence, has been art. Everything that even what you're wearing, that was made by artists. Even this building was made by artists. Artists is a big part of our lives. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Janet Arroyo. I am here on behalf of the Southgate swim team. I am here to reconsider the decisions you guys are making, just because I can see what a large community they are, and seeing that every competition we have gone to, we see every single city have their swim team. And how is Southgate not gonna have their swim team? And with every little one as a baby all the way to 18 years old to be in the swim team. I can see the joy they bring to them, and seeing the higher education that they want. That is very important. As myself, I was able to graduate from UC Irvine and working in a law firm, and I can see that how am I able to achieve my goals, but they cannot. So I think it's very important to reconsider these decisions, and seeing for you guys to put yourselves in our shoes as a community behind us, and see how important is the swim team. If you guys have the time to even see, or videos, anything to see how important it is for, as a family, as myself, as a sister, and seeing how happy my brothers are, and every single person within the team are excited and motivated, and pursuing the higher education that is essentially very important for every single one of them, and every youth program there is within the Southgate. So I'm hoping you guys really reconsider the decisions being made, and taking the time to sit down. And I know there's always a resolution for everything. There's always an answer, and asking yourself, is this the right decision? Do we really want to make this and take the happiness of these children and every program that comes with it as well? Thank you.
What was your name? I'm sorry.
My name is Janet Arroyo.
Janet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Manuel Carrera Rodas, and I'm here speaking as a Southgate resident and as an artist as well. And, you know, people have said a lot, and I think I'm the last one in line. And the one thing I did want to really talk about was the importance of having spaces in our communities that allow them to engage. I think as we think about relationships individually and also with the community, there are different ways you could kind of create bids of connection. And bids of connection in the city include the pool. It includes the parks. It includes like the Southgate Museum. And these are the kind of things that not just build these relationships, but it really promotes a sense of agency, that they are active participants. When they meet the lifeguard, when they meet the person who's out there curating the artwork, when they see people that are out there being active participants in building communities. These spaces are important for the creation of a fabric that actually keeps people in these communities. And if we get rid of these programs, we're really creating these gaping holes that just make people go away. The amount of people that come into our city to go to the pool, go to the parks, go to the museum, and do other things, that come and stay and buy eat food at the local shop. Those are the kind of things that you are losing. I mean, everybody has said that for every $1 invested in arts, you get $2 back. And you consider the tax benefits, consider all these things, and consider that you're actually investing in the youth to be able to create something. I'd like to see people create. I'd like to see people make things. And I really hope that these things are not cut, because if people don't create, people just, especially with, I mean, technology is taking over our things. And if you don't have spaces that exist outside of that, you will just continue to be engaging in the same thing as creating silos, loneliness. And then people go out there and do things that, because they have no safe places to go. I took a look at some of the police cut spending, and there are some cut to some staff. And I'm really happy that y'all are cutting the flock systems. That is absolutely incredible. I also noticed that y'all have cut on body cams for police officers. And that's something that, out of all the things, body cams, accountability for police officers, that's something that is really challenging to understand. And I really hope that as y'all move forward with this, consider a more community-based approach to a proper financial stabilization plan. Because if it's not led by the people, I know there was a survey that went around, we have not seen some of these results. I'd really like to see what people have proposed. Did they propose the pool getting cut? I really doubt it. As I was outside for a second, I saw a kid asking his dad, will the pool get cut? And the dad was like, yeah, they always do. I'd really like that to not be the narrative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go ahead and close the audience portion. Is there any emails, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did receive a few emails. The first one is from Selena Cepeda, a Southgate parent and a member of Southgate Aqua Coalition, expressing concern over the proposed 6-month pool closure, stating it would impact the nonprofit's ability to operate, host events, and keep programs affordable. She urges the City Council to reconsider the closure, emphasizing the negative effect it would have on our youth swimmers, particularly those preparing for elite competitions. The second one was from Cindy Anderson, expressing concern over proposed cuts to the youth programs, emphasizing their importance in supporting children's development, health, and community connection. She urges the City Council to explore alternatives to preserve these programs and prioritize restoring them in the future if funding becomes available. Now, I did receive 21 emails that I will summarize because they all were about the same things. They were from multiple residents, community members, leaders, and organizations expressing strong opposition for the proposed cuts to the Southgate Museum and Cultural Arts Division, highlighting its role in providing safe spaces, supportive youth development, fostering community connection, and preserving the city's history. They also emphasized the program's cultural, educational, and economic value, urging the City Council to maintain funding and explore alternative solutions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and bring it back here to council.
Mr.
Councilwoman.
Before we continue, can we take a 5-minute break?
Will do. Go ahead.
Yeah, he brought me some. Thank you.
Just give them a minute, if there's anybody in the hallway. see-
Yeah, we'll give one more minute just to anybody in the hallway can come back in. One more minute. I want to be mindful of the people's time. Okay, Madam Clerk, are we ready? All right, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting back on board. All right, everybody, thank you very much. We're about to get this meeting back. All right, so we're going to bring it back to council. Thank you very much. First off, thank you to everybody. Excuse me. First time I'm going to use this. It works. Wow. All right. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get this started. I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. First off, thank you to all the residents and the community members for coming out and speaking. Thank you to all the nonprofits also for coming out. Thank you for being here. And I'll go ahead and bring it to council. Councilwoman Maria Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you to all the speakers and all who are here today, from the aquatics to the art, culture, to all the nonprofits. Thank you for coming out and be part of this process. You know, as hard as it is to think about cutting any program, we have to evaluate basically, the entire city, because we're not just talking about parks and recreation, building it, not building and safety, but community development, public works, the police department, finance. There is a lot that we need to think before we make any decision. So, but just hearing, every single one of you come up here and your concerns, and we heard the same, last meeting when we talked about the cuts that the police department had, which their cut, it's going to be $3.4 million that we have to cut from PD. And it's a lot that we need to take in consideration. But it's important to hear from all of you. And I understand how important it is, for every department that that made I'm trying to think of the right words, them that have been working on bringing the council, where can we cut? Unfortunately, it's programs, and the entire city is based on programs. And the one that hurts the most, obviously, it's and they're all, very important. But when it comes down to parks and recreations, because we know that there it's where our kids, develop. And I think that's a hard thing to do. To just even think, that we have to, in order to meet the deficit that we have. $9.3 million. It's not easy to say. It's not easy to comprehend. Last council meeting, we talked about cutting crossing guards, and that also includes all all those schools. So where do we cut? Where do we go? And I know that staff have been working in bringing us different options not different options, but bringing us a budget that that we have asked for as a city council. Unfortunately, this could be a void. If we had the opportunity to allow our residents to decide to vote for utility users tax. And it didn't happen because it had to be unanimous. But unfortunately, one council member decided not to vote for the fiscal emergency. So that basically stopped that process. And now the difficult decision that we have, it's where do we cut? What do we cut? And I know the staff have been working for the last months in looking and going through every department of what is it that we can cut in order for us to continue with the services that we can provide our community members. I heard of different, different, not options, but ideas of what we can do. And maybe that's, something that we can think about, partnering up with nonprofit, nonprofit agencies that have arts programs. That's an option. And I'm going to follow up with Dr. Franco regarding this Measure G and obtaining funding for the arts program. I think, and this is something that I didn't know about, and I'm sure that some of our council members didn't know about, that this funds existed. So those are some of the things that we need to look into. Tonight, I am not ready to do any do any decisions on cutting, because I want to go through every program and every department, and in order for me to make a wise decision. Hard, yes, because I think that this is one of the hardest decisions that we're gonna have to take, and that's the responsibility of a city council. As hard as it is, we have to come up with a decision that some people might like it and some people might not like it. But we need to come out with decisions that in order for us to continue moving the city forward. So right now, I want to thank staff for the hard work that you guys been doing for the past couple of weeks, because I have seen you in meetings with staff and putting everything together. But at this point, I am not ready to make a decision. But I do want to follow up on and seeing whether we can partner with any nonprofit on programs that we can bring into our city. So with that, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avalos?
I'll pass. I'll go at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so
Oh,
a couple of things.
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so thank you all for being here tonight. A couple of things. So I'm going to cover a couple of things that were brought up. The gentleman who spoke early, I was hoping he would stay here, Pablo. He mentioned the RBI team. So we looked into that as an option. It just doesn't work, and I'm going to explain it this way. We had the WNBA, which everybody's familiar with, and the Southgate Junior Athletic Association, which is a program that's been around since 1952. The JAA had provided baseball and softball for 2 seasons every single year and 1 basketball season. WNBA came to the city of Southgate and said, we'd like to bring in another basketball season to your city. Staff asked the JAA, would this interfere with what you guys are doing? We said, no, because we don't do a summer basketball season. You're welcome to do it, but are you sure you want to do it? Because I've heard some things about it, and I don't know that you want to take that chance. Well, the city took a chance because there was a need for it. A lot of people did want to play basketball. So they started the program. I want you to imagine that your child is playing in that program. And they play the 8 o'clock game because it was a 6 o'clock to 7, 7 to 8, and 8 to 9. I want you to imagine that your child comes to you and says, I have a game at 8. And you say, where's your uniform? The child says, the coach said it would be available at the game. So here's what would happen. The 6 o'clock team would take place. It would end at 7. Those kids would take off their jersey, put it on the bench, so that the 7 o'clock team, the 2 teams, would come in and put on those sweaty jerseys and play a game. When they're done, they leave the jerseys there. And the 8 o'clock kids would come in and wear the jerseys that have the sweat of 2 other kids. And that's the fear we have, that a team comes in, a program comes in, and can no longer function. So what did the city do? They reached out to the JA and said, we don't know how you guys do it, but can you guys take over the program? And we did. And we've been successful doing that ever since. So why I fear, and again, I'm no longer the president, I left it a couple of years ago. Why we feared bringing in other programs like that is because they're starter programs, and after a while they leave. And again, I'm not sure how the RBI team works. I'm not involved in it, but I've heard that it doesn't necessarily work. I just wanted to cover that. And I explained that to Mr. Pablo, but he evidently is upset because he was removed for misconduct at the youth program. But we found out he also got removed from Val for the same reason. He's been removed from other parks. And he's angry because he was removed here and he wants to come in and talk because we were part of the JAA. And that's very unfortunate. The question about Bell Gardens, I'm glad it was brought up. Yeah, Bell Gardens does have a new swimming pool, but they also have a 10% utility users tax that they've had on for years. And again, all the cities around us have a utility users tax. And now they're struggling. Yeah, they have cannabis sales, so they get revenue from cannabis. We don't have that. They also have a thing called the casino that generates a lot of money. We don't have any of those things. We only get it from the property tax, which is very low, and the sales tax, of which we only get 2%, not 10.75. So again, when you look at a city like Val Gardens, they're struggling also, but they have the sales tax, property tax. I think their sales tax is 10.5, but they have a property tax, cannabis, the casino, and a 10% utility users tax. So again, if we want to compare cities, I think we need to do it in a very fair way, and I just want to throw that out. I know a lot of people are not aware of that, so I just want to clear that up, and thank you for bringing that up. These programs are very important, and I'll explain why. Let me first cover the 55% that goes to the police department. There's a reason for it. And I'll see if the city manager is prepared to answer. They usually are, but I'll put it in this way, and maybe he can give more accurate numbers. If you have Public Works, who has a budget this big, but they have access to grants this much, that means we only have to fill them by this much from general fund. The PD is the opposite. If they have a budget like this, but they only have access to grants like this, we have to backfill it with general fund money. So, City Manager, I hope you can add some numbers to that a little bit better.
Yeah, no problem. A question I think generally that can come up is you look at the size of a police department budget at a city compared to other departments, and it looks it is a big chunk of that agency. This is something you can check at other cities if you'd like. You'll notice the same trend. We don't have some extremely high percentage. Actually, many cities, the percentage is even higher. Cities that have police and fire departments, we do not have a fire department. That can often be 80% of a budget, and everything else is 20. Policing is expensive. There are minimum standards. If say you're saying what do other cities do, the standard for policing that's supposed to be minimum safety would be 1 officer per 1,000 residents. So if you do the math, you say Southgate's 100,000 people, then we should have 100 sworn officers to cover all the shifts, to have enough people on midnight, 2 a.m, weekends, all that coverage. The city of Southgate, with the proposed cuts, will have 81 sworn officers, which is 19 officers short of what minimum standards are supposed to be. So when we say, oh, there's plenty of money there, we have too much being spent on policing, let's be mindful that we are already, in order to keep our limited funds, spread across all these different departments, we're already dangerously low. And recommending going below that level to try to free up money for other departments is not at all recommended or advised, because when people call 911 and that officer is late because we don't have enough officers, that's not going to be allowed. When we have our dispatchers that aren't there to answer the phone, so we take it for granted, I think, when it comes to policing, that we don't need them. I haven't called a police officer in 10 years, so let's cut them all. But every night, they're keeping us safe. They're arresting bad people. They're there when you need them, and there's a minimum standard that we're trying to achieve, but we're so far below it with this cut project. I just want everyone to be aware of that status.
Thank you. There was a question about audits. I think it's a great question. I didn't prepare you before this, but can you cover the audits that have been done on the city of Southgate on a yearly basis?
Sure. We have the single audit, which is our largest audit, that audits all of our federal funding that we get through grants. That process is a 3 to 4 month audit. It's a very extensive audit. We also have our annual financial report audit that covers everything else, essentially. That covers how we spend all of our money, our fund balances throughout our books. And that ACFR, actually, if anybody wants to take a look at it, provides historical numbers for all of our funds, going back at least 5 years, in some cases 10 years. So there's a lot of granularity there. In addition to that, some of the grants that we get have their own requirements and their own audits, including a lot of the housing programs that community development deals with and a lot of the programs that Public Works deals with. So there are countless audits, and there are citywide audits, and they're done annually.
And sorry, Louis, can you just touch on how we have done in those audits? Where
Excuse me,
there's-
it's my time. Can you please brag on that and tell people how we've done on those audits?
Yes. So our audits have not had material findings. Our audits have come back, in other words, clean. They have shown that in general that the city is in good financial control situation, meaning there's not theft or malfeasance occurring in our books. They've also passed audit scrutiny, meaning our numbers have been verified by third parties to ensure that they're accurate. And we have won awards for the last 10 years as a result of our audits.
It's actually been longer than that because we started, the first number I saw was in 2014. There's an excellence in reporting in the audits every single year. So I'm glad you raised that question, but we are audited every single year and we're recognized for the record keeping and the way we're handling the finances. Thank you. The issue about Public Works and why there are two people doing the work when it should be one. I'll kind of let Art talk a little bit about that, but I will share this with you. Where I live, it's a mobile home park. I know somebody said on social media, I live in a mansion. I don't. I live in a mobile home. I'm retired and I live in a senior community. Not embarrassed by it. I love it. My wife and I are happy there, and the people there are phenomenal. In any case, I had an incident a couple of years ago where there was work being done, and the person that was hired had all the proper documents. At least that's what the manager of the mobile home park had on record, right? That it was a company with all the proper insurance and all the liability things they're supposed to have. And they had 3 people working on a ditch. And the head guy, the owner of the company, thought, wait a minute, you know what? We need to get certain supplies. So he took one of the workers with him, and they told the other guy, keep digging the ditch. So when they came back, they saw that the guy had taken off because he ruptured a water pipe. And he was angry because the guy took off. Well, sadly, he did not take off. He drowned. When they came back, there was nobody there. And there's OSHA requirements. So yes, I get it. Sometimes I go to a place and there's one person working and there's 2 or 3 around them, and it looks like, why? What a waste of money. So can you kind of sort of touch on a little bit of that?
Yeah, council member, I can appreciate the concern of how things look sometimes when we're working on public works projects, but largely public works projects are multifaceted and they require different expertises. I was out there personally one time looking at a project and I wondered, okay, who is there? And there are just different people looking at projects, right? Sometimes you have a construction project where you have a construction inspector there and his job is to stand and look at the quality of the work that is being done. So he is there standing and it may appear that he's doing nothing, but he's got a job. There may be a person that is there to dig a trench for a water line and another person that is there watching because there may be an electrical line in the way as well. He may be the electrical expert. So there are times where there's more than 1, more than 2, more than 3 people required to be at a job site, but they each have their roles and responsibilities. Public Works Department runs a very lean department. Our crews are otherwise small. I've witnessed a lot of that myself, but largely the reason you see more than 1 or 2 individuals is because of the nature of the work. It's just very complex, and also, like you said, it's a safety is always a priority, and so it's important that we have the proper number of individuals staffing a job.
Yeah, and if we were able to get away with only just one person and we knew that nothing would happen, I can assure you that if there's a way to do it, we would do it. But we have requirements that are demanded through OSHA. And if you go around that, serious consequences can occur. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the arts and the other programs that are here. As Councilwoman Maria Davila mentioned, it is difficult to sit here and try to decide where to cut the $9.4 million. I got to tell you right now, there's nothing on here that I'm excited about cutting. Not one thing. I'm actually very frustrated that we're having to do this. Have we known about this for a long time? Absolutely. We've had a structural deficit for decades. But our goal has always been to keep our taxes lower. That's always been our goal. So what we've done for the last 2 decades is operated with, I'm not going to call it a skeleton crew, but it's typically much less than we're supposed to have. We're supposed to have 6 code enforcement officers. We've not had them. We're supposed to have 100 police officers, at least 100. We've never come close to that. I can go through all the departments and explain to you all the different things. And people are not telling me, hey, I think we have too many police officers. Let's get rid of them. They want more. I have people who are complaining that their neighbors have a, here it is in June. How come they still have their Christmas lights up? It makes the whole neighborhood look bad. Isn't that a code violation? Yeah. Okay, we'll send someone over. It might take them 2-3 weeks to get out there because we don't have enough code enforcement officers. We have people who are complaining that their neighbors are building things on the weekends without permits while we don't have enough people to go out there and stop that. Young lady by the name of Maggie, I've known her for years, wonderful young lady. She's one of the commissioners. And she mentioned about, the cuts and why we're making them. I really wish she was here. I hope she's watching this at home. But I asked her if she ever wants to sit down and talk to me. I'm open for that. Staff is available for her. And it would be helpful if people actually got all the right information. So let me share a little bit about one of the things that, where she lives, there's a lot of trucks that go by there. And she'll call me up and she'll say, hey, our police department, I've called them and the trucks are there. They're blocking traffic. Can you help out? Yeah. But when you look at other things that are going on that are more serious, whether there's a fight somewhere or somebody got shot or is reporting some sort of mugging of some sort, our PD looks at, okay, should we go out there and move these trucks out of the way or deal with this serious incident that occurred? If we had plenty of officers, that might not be so much of a problem. But again, those are some of the issues that go on. I'll see if we can touch on it a little bit about how we got the deficit of nearly 11 million, or do you just want to wait for the other? Or can you just give a brief on that? Just what 3 or 4 things added $11 million since 2020?
We can do that. I do have it in the next item. I do have a summary of that, but if you'd like it now. It's
just real brief.
So costs go up, inflation goes up. People are realizing that, especially lately. City costs go up as well. We have revenues that, as mentioned, are predominantly property tax and sales tax. They've trended in the area of about 3% a year. The cost of our labor, which is about 80% of our total expenses, have trended roughly just under 3% a year. So it sounds like it would all work out. However, there's additional parts of our budget that are not that, and they include the pension costs that are called CalPERS pensions that governments like cities have to be a part of programs, and their earnings have been below the market. And so they then charge cities, and every city around us is getting the same bills, extra costs to the tune of millions of dollars more per year than they used to give us. And I'll have the exact numbers in the next presentation. And then our insurance, like if your house insurance, you think that's gone up, our insurance to cover lawsuits and items that attract the need of insurance has gone up millions of dollars a year, way faster than 3%. We have a landscape lighting district that you pay on a parcel tax if you're a property owner here. It was put in the 90s, 1990, I believe, with no CPI, no rate increase. So it's supposed to fund our tree trimming. It's supposed to fund our median landscaping and other work like that. But it's flat. So costs have gone up in 36 years, and it's now almost $2 million a year short. So our regular taxes, our regular money that would be spent to keep programs is getting pulled to do that work because that rate hasn't been increased. And then the last item is health insurance. If you have a health insurance plan, those rates are going up in the 8% to 10% a year rate, which is way beyond that 3% revenue. So those costs are adding millions of dollars as well. So I'll have the specifics later, but that's the four main cost drivers that have added up in the last 6 years, $10 million more than they were 6 years ago, which leads us to be $9 million in the hole.
Yeah, it's been around 10.7 million. I think my recollection could be off by a little bit. But again, those are costs that we have nothing to do with. They were added and we have to deal with it. And had they not been added to our budget, we probably wouldn't be sitting here. We probably would still be doing what we've been doing with no utility tax and no additional taxes being added. Other cities have had other taxes. Linwood just had in 2024 an $80 million bond that their taxpayers now have to cover for the next 20 to 30 years. But that bond is only for schools. They can't use it for tree trimming. They can't use it for potholes. They can't use it for hiring more police. It's restricted. Now, I don't know if Mr. Palayo's out there, whether he's there or he's listening at home or he watches this later on. Yeah, he's misinforming people. I've offered to sit down with him, given him my card twice. He won't sit down. City manager, how many times did you give him a card to meet with you? And how many times he's not met with him? And he's been making comments out there that are inaccurate. So I'm going to share one with you. He keeps on saying that in 2008, we passed a ballot measure, Measure P. Measure P was supposed to pay for parks and for police department. I have the actual list here. Can you pass this over to the city clerk, please? And I'm going to ask the city clerk to read the exact wording that was before the voters when they voted on Measure P. Can you do me a favor, please?
Measure P, the Southgate Vital City Service Measure to preserve public safety and prevent significant cuts to city services by funding general city services such as hiring additional police officers, maintaining youth, anti-gang, and anti-drug programs, after-school parks, and recreation services, graffiti removal, maintaining neighborhood parks, fixing potholes and city streets, and other essential city services. Shall the city sales tax be increased by 1%, 1 cent, with guaranteed independent annual financial audits, expenditure reports, and citizens' financial oversight? Yes or no?
Thank you. And that's what the voters were told that they were voting on. So that is not a specific tax like the one mentioned from Linwood. So this goes to the general fund. So how does the general fund use, Mr. City Manager, in comparison to a specific tax like the one for schools in Linwood?
Yeah, so there is two different categories when it comes to taxes. A general tax is received like our sales tax or property tax, and it cannot be directed and exclusively placed on one particular item. It has to go into the general fund, and then each year, which we do here, and we do it, every city does, they take the budget and they decide what programs will be supported, what increases, what decreases. So there's an annual decision of how all funds are used, and that's how you handle a general tax. If you wish to say, well, we don't want that flexibility, we want to only get taxed and only fix roads or only fund police or only fund certain youth programs, you would then have to do something called a special tax. And that then is very specific. The money gets set aside and only gets used for that funding. The difficulty is cities typically always go with a general tax because the state has set a law that a general tax can pass with 50% plus one of the electorate. A special tax needs 2/3, which is 66.7% to pass. And typically any revenue measure will not ever get above 60%. So special taxes don't pass.
Thank you. And the reason I'm bringing them up is because this is the misinformation that's out there, and I know that Councilwoman Avalos has made that same mistake. Look, we all have access to this information. We all know about this. And the decisions that we make are with the intent of providing the services that you demand, the services, because we live here too, that we all benefit from. But at the end of the day, we want to keep the taxes as low as possible. But what this $11 million, nearly $11 million has caused is put us in a position where we have no choice but to do what other cities have done. And, you know, someone mentioned how Downey looks really good. Well, they have a lot more shopping centers than we do, but they collect a whole lot more in property tax. They have also a 10.5 sales tax, but they also have a utility users tax. So they have more sources of revenue than we do, but yet we're still doing what we can with what we have, but this $11 million caused the problem. Finally, I'm going to talk a little bit about the importance of all the programs that are out there, the arts and all that. So for over 30 years, I volunteered with the JAA. Why I did that was because I wanted to make sure that my son and daughter and all the kids in the community can benefit from keeping that program going and making it affordable. Well, my son just turned 43. He last played when he was 17. My daughter's 41. And she last played when she was 17 as well. So that's been a long time. But why did I continue doing it? Because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just for my kids, it's for everybody that's out there. Not only is it good for the kids, but what it does is it brings families together. Because one season, my son could be playing, you know, your son, Joshua, played for me a couple of years in basketball, a couple of years in baseball, and then he was the opponent a couple of times. Why? Because we split them up. They don't end up on the same team all the time. And so I made friendships with a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the community who know one another, but it's not just there. Ask the aquatics people. They have friendships with the families. You see all the children that are around that they play in these programs, they all benefit from it. There's some people out there right now at colleges who have gotten a scholarship because of what efforts they do. I saw earlier members from AYSO. I got to tell you, there's some young people out there that are playing for colleges because of what they did. One of the most recent success stories of the youth baseball and softball programs is a young lady by the name of Rania Esparza. Look for her on YouTube. What university is she in again? The University of Houston. First year, freshman, a star softball player, full scholarship, getting an education and doing great things, representing our whole Southeast community. Now, art is not just drawing and all that. It's not just painting. It comes in other forms. My granddaughter is in high school, and she was a runner, and she tore a ligament. She can no longer participate. She can no longer compete. She can do a little bit of running, but she cannot compete. She's not capable of doing that anymore. But she found music, and she's able to play music. My grandson, he's on the spectrum, and the benefits that he gets, he just performed at the, what do they call the center in Disney?
The concert hall.
The concert hall. He just performed there. I'm so proud of him. But it started with programs very similar to what we're talking about here. I can tell you, my older brother, he was very bad in school and math and all the other stuff, but he was good in art. He's an architect, very successful architect. And again, so all these programs that we're looking at to cut, none of us want to do that. None of us. All those programs run through volunteers. They don't, again, in swim, I know they have to pay their coaches, but there's a reason for it. That's a specialized sport. I can tell you, I can coach baseball, I can coach basketball, I can coach soccer to some degree. Swimming, I wouldn't know the first thing about the backstroke. I wouldn't know the first thing about the butterfly. So they need qualified people, and there's a fear that we might lose them because of these cuts that could have been avoided. But again, those $11 million that were dumped on our budget, unfortunately, we can't stop. We can't say, no, we don't want to pay those pension funds. No, we don't want to pay that insurance. No, we don't want to pay that liability insurance. We're forced to do it, just like all of you are. When you get your insurance policies, you have to pay more. Even though you may not have had an accident or a ticket, you pay more. There's probably a whole lot more, but I just wanted to cover that. I think the rest of it I'll cover during the other. I really wish we can take a vote tonight. I really don't know what more can be said to us. If none of you had shown up here tonight, I could tell you right now that I would have had a fear of cutting aquatics. I would have a fear of cutting the arts. I would have a fear of cutting code enforcement. Oh, by the way, I'll mention that one. Not necessarily code enforcement, but I have a serious concern about cutting the pre-sale inspection. There are so many people that are complaining about their neighbors doing work on their houses without any permits. One day, someone's going to buy a house that has done some work that could potentially lead to some sort of disaster, a fire or something, because there's work being done that wasn't monitored. And pre-sale inspections prevent that from happening. And what I would recommend, instead of cutting it, is leaving it, but passing that cost on to the people who are selling their house. Look, I can tell you right now, there are people who've had their house, they maybe cost them $150,000, and they're probably going to clean up with about $700,000 nowadays. They can afford to pay for a pre-sale inspection, just like they do for when they get a loan and they do an appraisal. Someone has to pay for that. But having someone from the city ensure that that house is up to code and will not cause a fire, I don't want to give that up. But again, instead of the city eating the cost, it should be passed on to either the buyer or the seller. They can negotiate that. But do not allow someone to buy a house that could potentially cause a disaster for a family. I'd hate to see that. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avalos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to definitely express my appreciation to the community members that came out tonight and those that sent their emails in. I think as the city is evaluating all of these potential budget reductions, we're also asking the residents to make a sacrifice. And I think it's important that leadership also demonstrates the same commitment. Council should consider whether it is willing to make internal reductions and adjustments along with what we're asking our community. Leading by example builds trust and reinforces the financial decisions that are being made fairly and responsibly, and the shared sacrifices across all levels. So I encourage this council to consider safeguards that are going to rebuild the public trust, such as an independent audit, an oversight committee, regular public reporting, or maybe even a sunset clause on the UUT, so residents can be reassured that any new revenue is actually going to be used responsibly as it is intended. I support the idea of a community finance committee, but it must be meaningful, transparent, and accessible to residents, not just informational, but genuinely reflecting the community input. I want to preserve those essential services in Southgate, but before moving forward, a new tax, The public needs to fully understand and get the picture and understand their options and the impacts that this is going to have on a long-term plan. I am supportive of protecting our police services, our parks, our youth programs, our cultural arts, and the quality of life for the residents in Southgate. We all want a strong and stable Southgate. I am prepared to support such thing, a real solution. But that support must be earned with full transparency, clear data, and a plan that the community can stand behind with confidence. So with that in mind, I requested several items from our city manager to brainstorm alternatives. In the position of leadership, I am proposing that this council set the example. What do I mean by that? We all get a car allowance and a communication allowance. Eliminating the $500 monthly car allowance that each council member receives per month with no documentation required for the allowance reflected actual city-related driving needs. I propose that a mileage reimbursement system would be more transparent and cost-efficient, as saving the city approximately $42,000. Savings that can be utilized and redirected to fund a portion of a school crossing guard, improving safety. Phone allowances, as we now have a new contract with AT&T, would be another one that we can cut. I take it we got a pretty good deal. Council gets $100 per month for a total of $7,200 a year. That we can actually save that money getting a phone from AT&T. Our healthcare benefits. Transparency on council healthcare benefits. A full disclosure of the total healthcare benefits that each council member gets, and a number of individuals that it actually covers, including the dependents, for the purpose of ensuring transparency in the public funds, allowing an informed budget decision, considering benchmarks against similar cities, and a cost comparison. Looking at the healthcare costs for all of our employees, which is also a driving force, as our city manager indicated, which I'm sure there will be a savings. How much? I don't have those figures. Request a reduction in salary versus laying individuals off, or maybe even furloughs. Residents are already facing financial pressures, including potential tax increases not only from the city, but also from LA County and the state. So before moving forward with any tax increase, the council should fully explore cost-cutting measures to provide transparent analysis to the public. While the council operates by the majority vote, it is essential that the decisions reflect the needs and concerns of the community. I requested an outline of how the city could achieve a 10% reduction in expenses and salaries as a result of the rising taxes, and the 10% reduction equates to the following: $3.3 million in savings. And that is across all levels, from council all the way down to all of our employees. On top of that, we had $145,000 for a total of car allowance and communication allowance that top and mid-management receive. So that actually equates to $445 million, which leaves us, if we're looking at this deficit, with the $5.8 million that I believe we can actually then look at our budget and say, okay, what can we do? And do those reductions without having it cost our employees and being laid off. Concerns regarding the proposed parks cuts. There's been a lot of postings indicating that potential cuts are going to happen in the park services. I am requesting clarification What data or analysis are these decisions based on? To date, no comprehensive reports or surveys or community input findings have been presented. Cutting essential community services before providing transparency or allowing the public's input raises serious concerns for me. This situation suggests the need to evaluate whether the issue is not a lack of revenue, but rather a spending and prioritization problem. As a couple of my colleagues indicated, I am to blame for this not going in June. I am to blame for these cuts. Let me just remind them they have been the majority and nothing has happened. Today is exactly 6 years to the day that I came onto this council. And I was a city auditor. And I have been sounding the alarm. We need to cut here, we need to cut there. It fell on deaf ears. So sadly, we are here today. But I come with real solutions that I think will not only benefit the community, but it will also benefit our employees. Because as a union sister, I don't take it lightly in laying anyone off. And that's a conversation I had with the city manager several months back. Because I know what it feels like to be laid off of no fault of your own. So who does this decision really fall on? Management. At the end of the night, it's management. They're the ones that are driving the force. Yes, it comes to council, and we have to decide. But I am not happy with any of the cuts that we've seen here today. So I am proposing number 2. Are there specific reductions the council wishes to remove, reduce in scope, or replace with alternatives? Absolutely. And we need to look at all of the options and exhaust them. I don't think we've done that. But I am just one vote. Now, we had an employee that came in and said allocations. How much money are we allocating in certain funds that are not being utilized? Can those funds be used to balance the budget temporarily and then be able to replace them in the future? If we're not using the money and it's sitting there, how is that helping the community? How is that helping our employees? I don't think so. Again, revisiting the budget and seeing where those line allocations are to be able to bring it back. Nonprofit partnerships. There's a lot of nonprofits out there that have been, that I'm sure if we have those honest conversations, they'd be willing to come into our city and be able to provide a lot of those youth programs at no cost or a minimal cost, if at that. And as far as the grants, definitely we need to look into that because that is what's going to keep the city moving forward. And I have to give it to staff. You have done a phenomenal job in getting some of those grants. We need to do more because obviously looking at the projections that we're looking at today, it doesn't look like a good picture. But I feel that adding an additional tax on the residents, we've already taxed them once in 2008. Councilmember Hurtado just indicated, hey, all the other cities have it and they're still in a deficit. So how long is that UUT going to hold us over? That's the real question. How many years are we going to be able to sustain it? I don't think very long. So we really need to start planning long-term and looking for real solutions. If that means we are trimming, then we got to trim to make it much more efficient with the least amount of impacts to the community and the services that we provide, as well as to our employees that have been here for a really long time. And I definitely want to make sure we start looking into what that employee indicated as far as our ordinances and resolutions, because if in effect it needs to come to council and we need to change it and we're just laying people off, that doesn't sit well with me. So hopefully you can bring that back. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. All right. You know, I got a lot of respect for you folks for staying here this late and this is for being here. I appreciate you being here tonight. You know, I think a lot of us heard you today. I know even the staff, right? We all heard the community. So Appreciate your comments. Want to thank the staff too, because the staff has done a lot of work on this. This is basically, the city manager tasked every department head that sits sitting around the table to come up with a, because they're the experts, like you say, right, Rob? And so, they went in, they looked at where they could cut, and this is what we have before us. This is not council's, recommendation at this point yet, but this is what was submitted. And so we've been looking at it, but it is kind of disappointing because when you look at it, I mean, as you sit here, I mean, it's just a lot of doom and gloom, and it's not healthy for our community, especially with the children here, and everybody was here. But I think Councilman Hurtado said it. We all kicked the can down and we didn't address it early on. So this is what happens when you don't address, when you don't tighten up when you're supposed to, because nobody, and the other side of it is you don't want to tax the residents, right? Nobody wants to pay tax more, but the reality is everybody has been, all the cities around us have been raising their taxes because that's just the reality of inflation and affordability and so forth. So the service cuts to our community, especially to our youth and the Cultural Arts Center and the museum is not a good thing. And we've gotten word from the community, and it's telling too also that the park, we talk about it being the jewel in our community, that we have all this foot traffic and everybody comes here, Tina, and we always do all these events, and yet they're getting the most layoffs, Tina. They're getting the most cuts. And it's not fair, quite frankly. It's not. We have to bat for those people that were here today. Those are important. That's the future. And everybody spelled it out. I mean, the cultural arts, without a museum, there's no history. I mean, you need to, so the museum, the cultural arts, it's a space for the community. And so we've been building it up for 5 years, and I think we want to keep it. And I think we could do better. So, and I've been saying this all along. So, this is, it's important. We can't say that the parks are a jewel in our community, yet we're devastating it. I mean, and all of us here have been stating that. I mean, that and even staff knows that. We all know that. And so I think we really have to listen to the community. I think staff tends to, and I love staff because they're good workers, but all entities tend to protect themselves first and foremost. And I think that that's kind of what's going on. And I think that that's okay, but we could do better than this. I know it might be challenging, but hey, who do we work for here? Who do I work for here? I work for the folks out here that are here present today, those folks that are watching I just think we have to go back to the drawing board, I'm really concerned because it's not, it's the parks we're talking about, Tina, we're talking about having the restrooms cleaned up once a day. I mean, that's not good. How could that be? The restrooms are not being kept. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about access to City Hall. We've talked police department. You talked about closing the police department, the offices. That's not something that should be happening, Chief. You have 130 somewhat employees. You have the most employees here. We should have somebody in that counter. We should be closing it up. I mean, it's just a reality. I mean, people need to, when they need to make a report, so you should be open. We're a service entity organization, right? We provide a service. And so the restroom should be clean, especially if we're going to be cutting all these, if we're planning to cut some of these things. I mean, we're also the community to go. The park is a place to be at. The pool, I probably spend more time in the pool than all my colleagues here. I love being in the water. I've been asking city manager for a breakdown, 6 months. When we last closed the pool, we couldn't hire lifeguards. We had a hard time. And every entity that has a pool has been having a hard time. You know that, Tina, hiring lifeguards. If we close the pool for 6 months, that's not acceptable. How can we close the pool? This is, I want to know what it costs us to have. Look, we have staff. A lot of them are students. A lot of them are that work there. Where is the cost? I mean, I see 4 or 5 people there in the office. I mean, most of them are part-time. Why can't we keep the pool? I mean, I want to see the number, the cost for the personnel, and then the operation. I know there's other costs, but the water is ours. So, I think that's important to get that breakdown, because maybe we could reduce the pool 6 months, maybe December, maybe January, but not, the cold time but to cut it 6 months, that hurts. And the community is pretty much indicating you're going to lose good people. You're not going to have the same people. It's going to probably be closed for, as it is. We have, we've already closed it once for several months. So I'm really concerned. The Chamber of Commerce, we had the executive director here and the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and they talked about all their programs. They get $50,000 from us. I think we should continue to give it to, because look at all the returns they give us. Maybe we won't do the Christmas parade, but they could do other things that they continue to do that benefit our community. The fees for the nonprofits to use our facilities, I think why would we take that away? I mean, they bring a service. I know how much is it? 200,000 that we make, but look, they give us all these. Look at the Rotary. I mean, I could go on, the the Women's Club. I mean, you could go on, all these organizations. They're coming to use. Is it just for cleanup? Is that what? Why wouldn't they use Tina? Why can't they use the facility? I'm going to clean. We're supposed to clean the facilities. I mean, what's the issue there? I mean, I don't get it. I mean, I think that we need to keep that. I mean, the way I see it, so. And then again, when I started talking about access, I'm concerned about not only the police department, we're talking about City Hall. Yodi, we talked about, I see people coming into the hallway in the City Hall, and a lot of them are not literally computer literate, and so they're struggling, and there's nobody there half of the time. We need to have somebody there. I mean, so to direct people, seniors, so why don't we have it? We've had several people working there. They're just in the office. Why don't we could have student workers. We could do things there. We could do better than that. Okay. And so I think that here's an opportunity to reassess things. Access is very important for the City Hall, for the police, and there was one more. One more that's very important. Okay, so what else? Now, I did ask our finance director, our savings. We're going to have some savings. I hope we do, right? So that's something to look at and see how we could, because we heard today from the community, we have a reserve of money. And that's a rainy day fund. I think it's raining today. It's been raining. I think we have to look at the reserve. I know that we're going to a point where we don't want it to affect our credit rating, but we have to look at that. This is serious. This is important. So let's look at our reserves. What can we really use? Look at our savings for personnel, that people that we didn't hire. Raul, we spent a lot of money on legal. And this year was the most increase I've ever seen. Maybe we need to reduce. That was $600,000. That's a lot of money. That could go a lot of ways. I mean, we're still paying a lot of settlements and legal. There's things we could do. I think we could be creative. And it's work, but I think we could do it. We can make it happen. Because I think the community is telling us that if we can't invest in our future, we can't keep the door. If we can't do that, then why am I here? I mean, I think all of us, it's important. Now, the other thing we could do is we got to build transparency, accountability, get the community involved. I think we've got to build trust. We got to engage community, and we're starting to do that today. I think a lot of people today said they're willing to volunteer. Chief, the crossing guards, that's on the chopping block. How much is it just for the crossing guards? Can we just, how about some parents out there? Volunteerism, getting the community involved, maybe that's something we could do. Train some people to walk the kids across the street, some people that are retired, some people that are, they have the time, their schedule, they could do that. I think there are people that are willing to do that. We have to think out of the box. We have to be creative. We don't have to shut down. We could figure out a way to make this happen. I know you could train them.
So I would tell you that I think we had that discussion last time, and we said that the reason why we wouldn't do that is because we would then take on the liability of the issue.
But
but we would hope that the schools would then train the schools. If LAUSD would then train parent groups to do the crossing guard services, I think that would be a great accomplishment, because then that would assist us in maintaining that. But if the city did the training, now we are held responsible if anything ever happens.
Well,
if God forbid a kid gets run over, then the kids then the city is going to be held responsible, and liability issues and everything just
Mayor,
blows up.
stop with this. This is, that's why we have insurance. We have
Right.
insurance for everything.
Right.
The kids come to the
Let
park.
me just chime in, Vice
we have
Mayor.
insurance for
I
everything.
think you make really good points.
And you just said that.
We do.
But I do also want to highlight, and Councilmember Davila, thank you for what you did. But I know that today was a vote at the supervisor's place in regards to Hub Cities. And I know Hub Cities is doing a phenomenal job right now in youth workforce. I think it's booming now. It's happening, and I'm happy to hear that maybe that could be a solution, possibly. But I see Emmanuel is outside, so I don't know if he can come in. Thank you, Emmanuel. And see if we can schedule a meeting with our District 5 director at LAUSD and see if she could be able to be of assistance so that we can get some monies from LAUSD to kind of sort of support the funding of the crossing guards. Because again, the city has consistently taken that on. And I know that the teachers just got a phenomenal
Close to 800,000 a
raise.
year.
Exactly. So maybe requesting a meeting with her and see how much the district is willing to supplement so that our kids don't go without safe passage home, because I know that that is a real issue in our city. So thank you for still being here. So hopefully we can work together and be able to get that done. But also, we also have what you just indicated, the revenues. But we also have investments that we can pull from. Again, looking at what I presented, it would only be a $5 million. I think we can work with that. But again, it's going to have to be all hands on deck. So I would agree with Councilmember Davila. I'm not ready to make a full-blown decision. No, but I just wanted to chime in on that. But thank you.
Thank you. Well, but I think with LA Unified, we'll see. I mean, we've been asking them, we've been tossing that question around, and others with LA Unify, they're a big bureaucracy, but I know Manuel's there. We could use some support on that. The other thing, Mayor, I would suggest is that we identify the 30, 50 top corporation businesses that are generating revenue here, and that have been generating revenue here, and that we could write a letter to the mayor indicating our situation and list the pool, list the crossing guard, list the youth program, list the cultural center, list these programs, and say, can they help in? Can they pitch in? There's still time. They could pitch in, right? Yeah, they can pitch in. There's ways, there's a will. And so I think that's what we could do. take, and then and then there's a lot of things that I highlighted on in terms of our cuts, that I could go over, but I know it's late. But I think we shouldn't be cutting the school safety collaborative. I mean, we could find a way to fund that. I mean, there's certain things, but again, I think we could just be more innovative. There's not a rush to decide. I know it's July 1st, but we just gotta dig a little bit more, folks. And I know it's hard, it's difficult, but the community is asking us to do this too, and they really come on. I mean, these are kids. These are, and I know the council we all love the folks here today. I mean, we want, this is our community. And so, yeah, I think we could do better.
Thank you. Well, first off, I'd just like to thank everybody who's here. I think, first, we always say that, engagement is the first thing that's important, and your voices being here is the most important thing for all of us. I think hearing everybody's story here today is important. I think one, Sophia that came up and spoke, thank you for being here. Thank you for still being here. Do you have school tomorrow? Are we keeping you up too late? I'm so sorry. Okay. I will tell you that I'm very happy that you're here, and just know that I have 3 little girls at home that, went through that park. They learned how to swim there, and I love that pool just as much as you do. And we want to make sure we make it, last for every generation that comes here. Okay. So thank you so much for being here. And I also want to echo some of the sentiment from our art, community. I believe that it's very important to have it here locally. I think the one thing that speaks volume is that I remember in Francisco, I think you will remember that we had to leave Southgate to go to the Plaza de la Raza to go do high-end, theater arts work, to go learn some very, efficient theater arts studies, right? And we were like, why couldn't we have that here? We did have a great theater arts program, but it wasn't like what we were learning there. And we figured out that being outside, being exposed to things outside of Southgate was something that, opened us to a lot of other opportunities that wasn't available to us here. We ended up going to do shows in many other cities. So, it was a very eye-opening experience. So bringing arts to our community, that's why I'm a strong supporter of the Cela Cultural Arts Center, because I think having that hub here in our community is going to be essential for generations to come. And I think that that's something that we're going to need to make sure that we see come through. And I agree. I think, nonprofit solution is going to be something that we're going to have to rely on coming forward, especially in the art side. I think there's a solution there. I have a nonprofit, the Cela Kiwanis, that we have a community-based grant that we do annually. And we will definitely be looking into expanding that to the art side. If we can figure out ways where we can have some of these programs and be able to do the community-based grants to make sure that we can fund some of these programs with that, with fundraising, we'll definitely make sure we do that as well. It's going to be a collaborative that happens in the meantime. We hope that these cuts are going to be short-term because we believe that the residents in our community see the value that these programs have and see the value that it is to invest into the community with the discussion that we're going to have in our second item in the utility users tax. I will say that when I heard some Councilwoman Avalos speak of leadership and being the leader of a cause, right, or showing an integrity and being the leader of something, I kind of chuckled a little bit because since being on council, I just was curious and I said, well, let's pull, since being on council, what council member has spent the most money on council? And it's been Councilwoman Avalos. She's gone to the most events. She's requested the most reimbursements. She's had a car reimbursement. She's had mileage reimbursements. She's had meal reimbursements. She's gone to hotels in Long Beach for council meetings or for board meetings that are just 10, 15 minutes away from where we live. And it's an overnight conference meeting. Okay, if you want to go ahead and say that you want to be the leader of a cause, and and spend the city's money that way, she outspent any other city council member by double since I've been on council. But, we want to go ahead and have this discussion. Yes, yeah. I will just say, since we began these discussions a year ago, council has been discussing, how do we take the lead? Let's stop our meals. Councilwoman Avalo said, no, we don't want to stop our meals. Well, okay, fine. Don't stop your meals. I won't, it's not a big deal. But it is a big deal. And you know what? Since doing it, I've actually taken the opportunity because businesses have contacted me saying, we're struggling. We need help. So now every Tuesday, I go to a different business. I travel to one of our different restaurants. They asked me to make a little video for them. They say, hey, can we do a photo? The mayor showed up to our business before our council meeting. Can we highlight that? Because it's important. Because this problem is not just something that we're kicking down the road. Because I want to make sure we stop that. We didn't kick it down the road. The city council made a decision to not impact our residents. They made a conscious decision not to impact the residents. It was not kicking it down the road. It was saying, we are okay by impacting the staff, because that's who was impacted for the majority of the time. The staff, they were understaffed. They were doing a lot of work with very little people. Our police department at one point had 69 officers, 69 working over 12 people worth of overtime just to cover that number of officers that wasn't there. I mean, am I wrong, Chief Manny?
You are correct, sir. And at times we went down to 64.
64, thank you. 64 when we had an industry standard of 100. That's how we managed the budget. We did not want to impact our residents. We impacted the staff. And sometimes I really worried when we were doing that to our police officers, because I'm not sure if you've been reading about what happens in law enforcement, in sheriff's department and other agencies all over Southern California. There is a high number of suicide after COVID. Police officers are killing themselves because they're overworked, they're overstressed, their family life is just ruined. And we worry about that because these are our family members. I would say about half of the police officers have families from Southgate, or they have some ties to the city of Southgate. So when we're talking about why do we have them here, get them out of here, let's just get the sheriffs, we got to remember we're trying to kick out family members from our community. We shouldn't be doing that. I was sitting here and I saw about a room in the back, and there was a person from our community development department whose job was on the line. There's a lady from our pool whose job is on the line. There was another person from our community department whose job was on the line, and they didn't come up and speak. They didn't come up and speak. They let the residents just speak for them. But those are the real faces that are going to be impacted. Their home are going to be impacted, that we have to then deal with, that we're having to feel, because they're real people, guys. They're not just numbers. They're people. So when we make these decisions, they're hard. They're hard choices. But I don't like when people are making them, or people are using this as a political tool to try to figure out how to deceive our residents. The one thing I love about numbers is they're black and white. You can't, they're not gray. You can't fuzzy them up. Okay, I'm a financial crimes investigator. I've done it for over 20 years. Started in check fraud and Bank of America, and now I'm investigating embezzlement cases and drug trafficking cases in the bank that I work at. One thing I can say is that this place is safe and sound. We have nothing to worry about, but what we need to do is figure out how do we generate more revenue. And what I don't like is that we're cutting the department that is supposed to generate our revenue. Community development is the one who builds the future businesses in our community, and we're cutting them, right? It's almost like a double-edged sword. We want the revenue to come in, but we're cutting the department that's making it happen. Why are we doing that? Well, we don't want to cut the pool. I get it. We don't want to cut the baseball program. I get it. We don't want to cut the softball. I get it. Nobody wants to be cut. So how do we fix it? As a community, can we decide to invest into our future? Can we make that decision? Every other community around us has made that decision. They've decided to sell cannabis to do that decision. They have casinos to do that decision. They have a utility users tax. And now even Bell Gardens, because they're worried about losing their card games, just instilled a half-cent sales tax in June. So they're going to be up to 11% sales tax if it passes, because they're all worried about revenue. It's a serious problem. Like you at home, you're worried about how things are getting expensive. We have to fix our problem here, and we got to make sure it's sustainable long term. So what are the wishes of council?
Look, again, if we bring this back again, we're going to go through the same thing. I don't want to make any cuts. None of us want to make any cuts. None of us wanted to raise taxes either. But the reality is that we got hit hard, almost $11 million in additional things. Oh, Jose, I'm sorry. You pointed in my direction. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. I just wanted to make a quick comment, just, food for thought. Whether, you guys take this on, tonight, or you bring it back for further review after you have, further conversations with staff. One of the options that, I was thinking as I was hearing the comments from the audience is, how do you bridge the gap to November, right? Really, that's the gap that you're trying to deal with, and bring back services after the UUT potentially gets approved and all that. But so it's really a period of 6 months you're looking at bridging the gap. I know that Councilmember Avalos mentioned, investments that we do have. We do have those. Of course, some of them depend on a maturity date, so you can't touch them. But there is funds coming, up. I think there's some maturity dates that could be looked at. But we also have real estate holdings, right? We have investments we've made in the past where there's buildings sitting there dormant that have increased in value in the millions now. We're paying property taxes. We're paying fees to maintain them. Well, let's really look at disposing of those properties or borrowing against those properties, funding the next 6 months that are needed, and then revisiting whether we need to dispose of those properties after the fact, or we want to retain those and, of course, make them whole from the UUT or other funds that might be available. That gives you, the 6 months leeway that you need, and then decide, at the November time or December, if we want to really execute the layoffs, impact the services. But this maintains all things as is, gives you guys some more time to deliberate. I'm not saying kicking the can down the road, but it gives you time to get it right. If time is what you need, there's other assets there that I would consider if I was in your shoes. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilman.
Yeah, and look, we know that we have those assets. We have that property on Tweedy and Atlantic that's been out there for a long time. We don't own, no, wait, hang on. We don't own that, but that's a revenue generating opportunity there. And we haven't been able to find an investor there. We had that property on Long Beach, and I hope that it looks like we got an investor coming in, but we had to move some money into that to clean up the asbestos. And that's been around for about 15 years as well. We have a property on Gardendale and Paramount, and we've not had any suitable activity that goes on. So I agree with you. We have some opportunities out there, but if nobody's coming around with something that's going to be beneficial, that's what makes it hard. But you're absolutely correct. But it's not like we've ignored it. We just haven't had something that works for our benefit. The only ones that would benefit are the investors. And I don't think that's what we're in business for. We want to make sure that we do something that would be long-term. So again, bringing this back at another date, I don't really know what the benefit is going to be. We're going to, if there's a way that we could have done this, and there was a way, all we had to do was ask that we place this item on the agenda, on the ballot in June, let the voters decide. And that would have given us an opportunity to see what other avenues we had, but it could have generated the revenue. I know we're going to talk about the utility users tax shortly, and the recommendation is 7%. And I know that our treasurer, which I trust, I know he works real hard in looking at our finances. He thinks we should actually go a little bit higher. And I trust his judgment. Again, I would probably more than likely hesitate on that part. But again, I listened to a finance expert to some degree. But in any case, none of us are happy about any of these cuts. None of us are. But if you want to bring it back, again, I'm not going to go against you guys. But again, these are tough decisions. I have had multiple coaches from the JA reach out and say, come on, we got to at least hold it for one more season. I asked the city manager a question at the last meeting, and I was actually setting him up to explain what would happen. And so maybe he can touch on that. I said, what would happen if we were to hold off a little bit on this and then put this on the ballot in November? Can we get by? And the answer is more than likely what it'll do is it'll force us to use deeply into the reserves, which will put us in very serious jeopardy. So can you touch on that a little bit?
Yes, so the difficulty could be, I think, two ideas for alternatives to cuts without a revenue source would be looking at assets, be they property or be they investments, which really are reserves. So if we say we have investments, when we give a reserve number, the amount that's touchable are the reserve number, and that happens to be invested in quick to access funding. We don't just sit it in the bank. So there is no separate investments plus reserves. It's one number, reserves. We don't have a lot of that. We're at a virtually a minimum best practice number. If we dip below that, we start putting alarm bells out the state. They start circling. Lewis could get into more detail, but it's difficult. We'd be looking at even if we pass a measure in November, it's probably 3 to 4 months out till the revenue starts coming in. So instead of 6 months, which we might project to be $5 million of extra spending if we have a 9 or 4.5 million, with it being probably 8 months, it's going to be closer to 7.5 million that we'd need to fund and bridge. So that's definitely that would, I think, take out more than half of our reserves, unrestricted reserves, which gets us well below our 10% minimum. Properties are a one-time fix that we lose forever. All that millions of dollars in accrual we may have had over time is only there because we didn't decide to spend them years ago. And then a difficulty we have with virtually all our properties are they are in our housing redevelopment authority, and they're held there. So they are to be for housing. So for instance, that property on Long Beach you mentioned that's sitting with the old Vallarta tires on it, it's not a city asset that we can just spend and supplement the general fund. It needs to be used for housing. And if we were to spend it, sell it, which we could, we'd have to put that in a housing fund and use it for housing purposes. The Gardendale site is the same in the Hollydale area. So there's, I appreciate all these great ideas, having volunteers come to do crossing guard. Trust me, it's been a year of our staff going under every rock. There's maybe a few other things, but the liability, the reason there isn't crossing guard volunteers anymore is schools used to do that, but the lawsuits and our insurance costs, we have to pay the first $500,000 of every insurance issue. And then on top of that, if we had a multi-million-dollar claim, our rates go up $500,000 or more each year after that. It gets very expensive very quickly, and the liability. So we've thought of all these ideas. You could still pursue them, but I just caution that if these are one-time fixes, we're not essentially dealing with the core issue, which, essentially that was the concept of the June ballot. And perhaps if there's a decision to put something on the November ballot, allow the community to decide, is this a city that will provide less service at a very severe level, or is it one that wants to fund more to keep services? That would help, I think, as far as direction, and that's what we're trying to find out. But with that, that's a summary of some of the work we've done, the limits, and if it was only 3 months, and at $2 million, I think pulling out of reserves a small amount is possible. Unfortunately, because it's an 8-month gap, that volume of reduction to our reserves, I believe, would be unadvisable.
Yeah, and so I've talked to a few people in the community, and they understand the need for the UUT, which we're going to get into a little bit later. But each program basically says the same thing. Can you just leave ours? Okay. And then what about the other ones? Well, can they get by without it? No. All programs are important, every single one of them. So if I tell the swim team, look, the other programs say that we can keep them going if we cut yours, the swim team would not be happy if we were to tell AYSO the same thing, or Southgate Youth Football, or the JAA. These, how do you choose? How do you choose which one? We don't want to cut any of them. And that's why we did what we did in trying to bring this up in the June election. We wouldn't be in this mess. We were willing to take a chance on it passing, having a backup plan in case it failed. But for the most part, we really thought that this would pass in the June election. We had a lot of people who supported the idea. And we should have just left it for the voters to decide. But again, we're doing cuts because we have a fiscal emergency. If we didn't have it, we wouldn't be here. So, again, I don't know why we're acting like there isn't one, because there is one. And that's it. Again, if you want to bring it back, I'm not going to go against it, but I really think that it's going to come back to the same thing. We're going to have to make some cuts. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we do number 2 to give staff time to look at the alternatives that have been suggested by council, and possibly bringing it back the first week of May or at the end of May.
Well, that's close.
What would you suggest, City Manager?
I appreciate the question. I think what would be helpful is I haven't heard sort of any, it's tough for all of us, but perhaps a little more unified direction as far as programs, if there's a desire to keep, or programs to reduce any savings. Like, for instance, I'll use Mr. Rios. He listed, as I did the math in my head, perhaps about $1 million worth of restoration from the proposed cuts to keep. But what we need to make the math work is a list of $1 million in programs to cut in greater amounts than we have. So getting some general direction of, if we want to keep this list of programs, what's the areas we should cut more? And then we can investigate that. But if there's only a save, and now we only have $8 million in cuts, it doesn't balance. So that would be helpful, because I'm not sure what we bring back. If we bring back, and for instance, a lot of those programs, I only heard Councilmember Rios. I heard some different things from you. And then without a desire to say, where is the money coming from to bridge that part we're not cutting, I don't know. Certainly you've done some math on, say, a 10% reduction to staff costs, which I think there'd need to be a little more direction from the entire council. And if there is, we can do that. But that, as you mentioned, being a union member and very supportive, that's an entire labor negotiation conversation that is, a very, I think it sets a tone for our staff to say, if that's the path, then we will have to be prepared for the repercussions of a lot of people hitting the exits and saying that's not what they signed up for. It can be done, but I would prefer that level of investigation to have perhaps a majority of council for that particular one, because that's a different tactic than we've had in the past. 2008 or so, I think staff offered that as unions as an option, but with the financial state of everyone's finances, the current union groups have not offered that. So to sort of impose that or offer that I would like a little more direction from the rest of council, if that could be fair.
So for me, it would be, can we look at other options so that instead of laying people off, we do furloughs and see how that would work instead of, again, I presented several things that I think staff can look at to see which one would be the most feasible. Same thing with looking at the investments and looking at the revenue. Again, all of that takes time. I don't know that we've done that. That's why I'm even proposing that. Obviously, conversations with the unions haven't started. So again, if we're going to leave it up to them to come to us, then how proactive are we really being to making sure that the employees feel supported? Because I've heard, hey, you're opening up this position and you're hiring, but I'm being let go and I'm not even being offered that position. We just heard that from the employee that was here. So again, that's something that's concerning to me, that maybe you need to have that conversation with the unions and see what their take is. Again, it's checking in with all of the stakeholders for me.
Yeah, and again, just so you know, yes, thorough conversations with all unions at all times through this very horrible time where we're talking about cutting off members of our family, and they've been in conversations every single day. So there's lots of consultation. They've not offered to give back furloughs or 10%. That would have to be instructed by council as direction. I would need a majority to instruct that, as it is labor negotiations. The other items, though, we can look into and bring back. But again, if we're talking about what are we preserving, I need a matched amount that I get direction of what we take the money from. We can assess, show you reserves and how much before we hit the red line. But if it's not reserves, then what programs do we increase the cut to? And if I don't have that information, it's hard to then find the funding for, say, all the things council member
I
is.
can give you my suggestions. and I did highlight some of those things, about access, about some of the.
So what do we cut?
Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Well, that's part of the savings, part of the reserves. Looking at that, and maybe looking. Some of the departments that are listening in here, they have to also look at, because I really believe that departments tend to. Because I've been an administrator for many years, and a lot of times they protect their own. And I think maybe that there's, again, I think the park's the priority. We all know that. So, we gotta do something here.
So the police taking a $3.5 million cut isn't enough?
Well, look, let's be honest about the police. They're only letting one person go. The police has had a hiring problem. They've had a hard time recruiting all along. They haven't been able to reach those numbers. Let's face it, that's the reality. And they have the most employees. They have a lot of employees.
And Public Works, $1.3 million isn't enough?
Well, that's why I think that what Rob was just suggesting. I think I know where I would try to protect the pool, not cut it so much.
I get it. I want to protect all those programs because I think the fun stuff nobody wants to cut. So I'm asking you. So the police, you've already said that we should cut more from the police. Fine. Okay. So Public Works, $1.3 million is not enough. Now remember, 98% of their budget is CIP.
Well,
so
I have a whole
2%.
list. We could start going down. But
Let's do it. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Let's hear it. I want to hear it. That's why we're here. I want to hear it.
But not. I'm not gonna. I don't want to cut.
What are we cutting?
Well, we have to save what we have. I think what was discussed.
Again, can we explore the options that I suggested about the allowances and see how that could be of a savings so that we don't have to do these major cuts?
Well, the allowances, you had asked for that information, so I provided them to you. So again, that would be a negotiation with groups because you're reducing for the unionized groups. And I think you had the total of about 100,000, including the 130, including the council and electeds. So that could be looked at, but again, that would be a negotiation spot, and if we're talking about adding back $1 million, we've got.
I vote to give back my car allowance if you guys agree to it. I'll give back my car allowance.
Yeah, let's do mileage. I mean, again, everybody.
No, 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 no.
I don't want mileage at all.
no.
I want to
I-
get back my car allowance because I don't. There's no need for it.
Mr. Mayor, you asked for a report of how much we've gotten in reimbursements. I have no problem with you telling the people how much I've gotten in reimbursements since 2020. And
Zero.
sir, zero. And how much has Councilwoman Avalos?
Almost 30,000.
Almost $30,000. I think
What
if you
about
look at
the other
that,
council members? Again, don't single
Sure,
me out.
no problem.
Well,
Because all of us receive
absolutely.
those funds.
I've had
All of us have gone to
Sure.
conferences. Was not the only one.
No.
Councilmember Davila was also there in Long Beach. Again, a lot of these conferences happened in
Right.
2023 when we were just reopening from COVID.
Right, but
Again,
I
single
the
one
numbers are
council member
numbers.
Because all of us are in this
The
together.
numbers are
Right.
numbers.
So, thank you.
Just the numbers are numbers.
Well, I can say that I have a savings because I do not take insurance from the city.
Mhm.
And I do not get compensated for it. So I don't get insurance and I do not get compensated for not taking the insurance. So
Yeah, and again, look, this is not about, attacking a person, but when you stand up here and you're making comments that you're willing to do this, those are great talking points that we were politicking, but we're here to govern. And I'm tired
All
of
right,
this.
Councilman
politicking.
Hurtado, I'm going to give you some numbers. Legal, we 600,000. Rob just mentioned $1 million. All right, that we save potentially saving. So there's already
No,
No.
just to be clear, what I'm saying is all the programs you wanted to save
Is about $1 million.
added up roughly to, in my head, I'd have to verify, but between 800 and $1 million, you're saying don't cut, because you want to save arts, you want to save the pool, you want to say,
You're saying there's about 800,000.
that now we have to find elsewhere, because we can't save the pool and arts without, that's probably $500,000. So where's the cut come from?
So and when you say
You can't
legal,
add,
are you saying
not take away.
we don't need a city attorney?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we augmented the salary for legal, all this money the last time, not too long ago. That's a lot of money. I never.
So
seen
here's
that.
a question
I mean,
for finance. Do we know what the actual revenue is going to be for 26, 27? Do we have those numbers or are we still working on them?
We're early in the budget process.
Okay.
So we
So
are
we're
working
cutting
on
things
them.
without having the actual numbers. Okay.
no.
I think I would disagree with that. One of the things so I got here roughly a year ago, and the conversation for about a year has been that this was going to be the reality. And so we are here now. And as part of that conversation, we agreed, council gave direction to staff, I should say, that we were to start exploring. Decisions were made by council in terms of where we were going to go. That this was an all hands on deck approach. We had this UUT ballot measure we're exploring, but that staff were to go and do some homework in terms of looking at how can we balance the budget both with additional revenue options, and we have a slide later that we can just go show of the options we discussed, and also at the same time producing a list of potential cuts. And so this is one half of the equation. I think that it's important to keep in mind that it's always going to require both cuts and additional revenue to make this happen and sustainable. And so although these decisions are difficult, I mean, big picture here, when we're talking about $100,000 or even $500,000, if we go into $1 million, right? It's still scratching the surface here, right? And so the question about reserves was brought up, and I think it's a great thing to bring up because there are reserves. Our reserves, though, are at the bare minimum. So the GFOA best practice is 30%. We are at 16%, 16.67%. We have 2 months of operational revenues in the event something happened. And so that's, to put it into perspective, not very much at all, right? we have $3.7 million in an emergency stabilization reserve, right? And so I was just doing some quick math while we're talking here. And let me do the quick math again because I exited. But I'll tell you, to run the city, it's about $6.5 million a month, right? So the reserve, what we have in reserves are pennies compared to what we need to run the city. Can we pull from reserves to fund these things for a couple more months or 6 months? Sure, some of these programs can be funded through this one-time revenue source. But with any one-time revenue source, it's one time. And I think part of the conversation that we've had now several meetings is that we're in the situation we're in because we've relied on one-time funds to get us through difficult situations. And I think, of course, we'll always take direction from council. If council wishes to draw on these reserves, we will do that. But my worry as your finance director is that we're taking these one-time funds and just keep pushing it down a little further. And so I'm open to working with all of you and the city manager to explore these additional options that were brought. I mean, I think any ideas are good ideas. But I just want to emphasize that I do think that we're going to be approaching a time in the next couple of months where cuts will be a reality. I think what council decides to cut is obviously up for discussion, but I could tell you that there's a lot of hours of looking at programs, looking at departments' operations, and getting it down to what I would describe as the bare minimum. As a matter of fact, when I got here, I was shocked at how much was being done with so little. And so I'm not sure. I hear council and the public saying we want more, or we want to maintain. But services equals people, and people equals money. Thank you.
So question, 6 million is a month just for the personnel, is that correct?
No, that's operations. So that's personnel and materials to run the city.
Okay, that equates to $72 million.
78 million.
Okay, I just did the math. 6 million times 12 is 72 million.
6.5 million times 12 is 78 million.
I heard 6 million.
Well, I think this issue is important to, and I think there's a rush to make a decision today because the narrative doesn't change. It's been the same, the UUT, and I've been talking options for over a year, and this is the same narrative. We have to plan if it doesn't pass. I mean, that's the other thing that people have to realize, that not everybody's going to support it, and we have to be ready for the alternative too. And so it's important that we revisit this issue and try to figure this out and save some of the programs that are for the benefit of the young people in the community. And we're not going to save everything, but I think we could. You heard enough. I know I made some comments. I have some priorities. It's not a lot. I think it's some, and part of it is what the folks were talking about here: the museum, the cultural arts center, some of the pool, some of the things that, and then we reduce some of the things that don't complete. Like the access. We need to have access. I mean, I think that's very important. I mean, at City Hall, at the police department, and those things. That's so important. I mean, not to have somebody calling in and not know who to. I mean, it's so important that we have the community. That's what we do here. We're supposed to provide a service. So I guess I'm gonna wait and see what we can come up with. And then at the same time, I'm gonna add that I don't want to be making a decision on the UUT until we figure this out going forward.
So, city manager, if I'm hearing you correctly, you just want direction from the majority. So can the majority speak and see what they want to do? Again, I'm asking you if we can bring this back the first or the last week of May to give staff time to actually evaluate, have those conversations, and look at what else we can do. But again, I'm just one vote, providing solutions, And if there's no support, then I guess there's no support.
Well, and I appreciate that. I just, we had this conversation last year in May and June, multiple meetings. We had a budget subcommittee that yourself, Councilmember Avalos and Councilmember Rios were on. We went line by line through our budget. We had a proposed cut at that point of $7.5 million. We couldn't find some magic rock to pay for everything, and the decision was, it's too hard to make decisions, so we'll just use reserves. And we got criticized for kicking the can down the road and not living within our means and borrowing one-time monies. And that was a whole discussion that this group was a part of. And so we went through every budget to find some other way to save. And then we got direction from council, so we did that, but we knew the clock's ticking. And so the goal was to decide if we're going to put a ballot measure in June. So in October, we presented a more revised level of cuts, which was 95% of what you see here. We presented it to council. We said, what's your decision? It was, let's pursue the option of a June ballot measure and not make cuts at this point, keep using reserves. And so then in January and in February, we had multiple meetings where we went through this virtually the exact same cut list again and said, this is our option. Is there any other way to do this? We don't think so in the cuts. All the staff have dug through every, under every couch pillow. And we don't have another option. Should we put it on the ballot? And we were short the votes to do that. So then that kicked it to, okay, it's not optional now. Could we do cuts or revenue? It is cuts. And so here's the same list after all the same research, looking at all the same things. And it's virtually the same because, for instance, police, their share was supposed to be 4.8 million of the 9.4 because they're 55% of the budget. We went line by line. We went personnel by personnel, and including charting every patrol officer on every shift and spreading them across the city at the bare safety limit of how few we could run on a Friday night. And we reduced everything, the overtime, the staffing, and we found a way to cut 3.4 million, but we can't find another dollar without, I couldn't see us doing that. That's unsafe. So then instead of 4.8, it's 3.4. There's no more money. We can't go back and say, let's save the pool and cut more in police. We've already had a session with you to show the limits of our staffing. We can have that again. I don't know what else to say. Police is maxed. We've met from community development. That's another big department. They're maxed. They've got criticism from staff saying it's too much. We've got our mayor saying it's too much. So that department can't be touched. So where does the cut come from? If that's what I'm trying to find is, we've done this for over 12 months. And if you want us to, if a majority was to say, save the pool, save the crossing guard, save the whatever, and we add that up and it's $2 million, we don't know where else to find it. So we need also direction what programs to cut.
Well, let's look at that because
tell us what to cut though.
Let's look at that because, and then the other thing is, a year ago we were telling you, hey, hold off on hiring. We had 54 vacancies and we went ahead and hired all those people. We could have stopped it there. And then we reclassified all these people knowing that we were already in the hills. So, I mean, come on. I mean, there's both sides, it's just both sides.
But
there's always two sides to it, right?
With respect, sir, we have had multiple conversations. And when we talk about a minimum staffing and an approved budget of 86 police officers with a proposal to drop to 81, that's budgeted, okay? If we have if we're only at 70, we have 11 police officer spots that we should still be hiring. We shouldn't freeze at 70 and just say, we can't hire anyone, it's a waste of money. They're totally different. You're comparing apples to bananas. We can't, so those hiring is specifically strategically in areas where those are core positions that we will keep even if there's cuts. We've not hired anyone who we're now planning to cut because there's minimum staffing levels that each department needs. Our dispatchers, we were down 4 dispatchers. We need 9. We can't, if we have 8, you're going to call 6 hours a week and have no answer at 911. We need 9. We had 4 vacancies.
Some of those calls into the sheriff's chief? those
No.
911 calls? Just curious.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Do we route some of those 911 calls into the sheriffs?
Do we route them to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Only if those 911 responses belong to the sheriffs. I tell you, last year we received about 46,000 calls for service within the city of Southgate, and we had to take those calls.
Oh, okay.
From there,
just because
there's
he's
several
breaking it.
hundreds, maybe thousands that were from cell phone calls that came in that were maybe out of the city that our dispatchers had to like reroute to those agencies. But that was because the incident was out of the city.
But just to be fair and for the good of the community, we've laid out every vacancy multiple times. We've showed how they're connected to core positions that aren't fillable from like a grounds worker that could move to be a police officer, but we have a vacancy for a police officer or dispatcher. We need to hire them. There's minimum things we need. So there isn't any reckless spending. As our mayor said, he's an expert in this. We have independent audits every year. We've brought the cuts forward for 12 months now, 3 different times. If you have programs you'd like to save, fine, but where do you want the programs cut more? And I'm just saying there's limited options. And if it is a staffing related labor issue, I would just ask respectively for a majority of council to give that direction before we engage labor groups.
So
Let me jump in here. And you know, we've been at this, I mean, for a while already, and our translator needs a break. But reality hits us in the face, and we have it right there. Cuts have to happen in order for us to run a city. To choose one program over the other, that's the tough decision.
So we're going to let
No,
staff
no,
decide everything, right?
no. You spoke.
What are we here for?
You spoke. You want to save the pool because you use the pool every single day. Responsibility of the city council is to make tough decisions, and this is the toughest decisions that we can make right now. Staff has put so many hours into getting us where we at now, bringing us back. Cuts where we need to make that decision. We can come out with different ways of trying to say one program, 2 programs, but we need to make a decision that nobody's going to like, because I don't like it. My responsibility is a fiscal responsibility to the city, to the residents. And that's the reason why we were put here. You can go around and around and around and come back in 2 weeks, come back in 3 weeks, and we're always going to end up in the same place. At the end, we need to come out with a decision. We have 32 positions that are going to be cut. These are families. And we know that those positions means programs. And we knew that. We knew that. We knew that. You knew that. We have asked you, give us ideas of what would you do? Honestly, you haven't come up with one.
I just shared them just
No.
now.
You gave opinions, but you did not give ideas. To ask our staff after laying off 32 positions to take a 10% cut, They ain't gonna go for that. City Hall will close. They will be picketing out there. And I will not put our city in jeopardy just because we cannot make a decision that we need to do. And I understand programs are so important. But in order for us to come back and work with staff and try to come up with different options that we can go out there and look for grants for the arts, for the pools. I'm sure there are nonprofits out there that they were willing to do that. But in order for us to continue and for us to move forward, we need to take action. And I think we owe this to our community. We owe it to them. Because I can say that, oh, I am not ready to make a decision. You know what? We're not going to be ready for making a decision like this one. It doesn't matter when we come back, because we will never be ready to make a decision. As hard as this one. So in order for us to move forward is to make a decision tonight to go with staff recommendations. I'm ready to go for it. Why? Because we need to move forward. And tomorrow I want to come back, work with staff, and ask them, okay. And we know that budgets are not set in stone. You can move those budgets after they have been approved, but we need to give directions to staff in order for us to move forward. If we don't do that, we are not being responsible to our community. And I can say, let me work with all of you. And we're here. Open door policy. For those who do not want to come and see reality, that's them. And that's their reality. But our reality is being responsible, taking action, and moving forward. So at this point, and I know your councilwoman, you have a motion on the floor. But I will not support that motion because I am going to, well, including 1 and 3, because we need to move forward. And I think that that is something that we need to do. Come back tomorrow, work with staff, try to look for funding elsewhere, set meetings, and we need to work.
Yeah, I would like to just second Councilwoman Davila's motion, but also to request one thing. Could we put in the idea that if there's a increase in revenue, in our anticipated revenue or in our projected revenue that we've anticipated, if there's an increase in that amount by the end of the year, that we can allocate some of those funds to specific projects or specific projects that we want to keep going. Would that be a possibility?
So you're meaning as we get to the end of this fiscal
year
for, yeah, July. I mean, I think the difficulty is timing to see
Right.
when everything settles, but it depends which programs. Like for
So-
instance,
so
when we
like-
talk about the layoffs or the the reductions there in order to meet our targets, they'd all
Right.
start July 1st. But something like some of the closures for some of the programs are
No.
October, so
Right.
there'd be more chance to see where all the numbers balance.
Well, I
then.
think one of the comments that I really feel is that when it comes to the cultural arts program, it was a complete shutdown, right? If we can say that if our revenue is a little bit higher and we can maybe keep some funding available to do like the art walk and do some of the actual like festival kind of event where Parks and Recs can manage that, where it's more of just like staff hours to do that and planning, and then we can do like nonprofits and the groups that are very the advocates that are here today. I'm pretty sure would want to be part of that event and continue to be part of that. It may not be the entire staff and all that, but it might be just a small portion of that.
Yeah, I think that was the idea that we had listing all the special events, is that there'd be, there's certainly like a street fair is over $100,000 in cost because you're closing all the roads, you've got police presence, it's multiple days, very expensive. But perhaps an art walk, we could analyze that and see if there was some direction to say, are there abilities, and even partnering, like if there's a general direction to say, can we preserve as much as the arts as we can without, by partnering with nonprofits, versus we need $200,000 back to fund it all with it, which sure, but then where's the $200,000 cut?
Right.
Within those certain cuts, could we find ways? I'm sure we could. I know that there's still a plan to keep a few arts programs in different areas like seniors and everything. And we are preserving, we have the flexibility, fortunately, that our current leader of the cultural arts program, our plan is to move her to an existing vacancy that we've held in Parks and Rec so that she'd still be here. And if we had an ideal process where there was a ballot measure added to November and that was passed, the museum isn't getting bottled up and left, it's just closed down, we could reactivate the whole program with, say, a new funding source very quickly.
Okay.
So there's sort of if say the community says no, then that's a different path, but we might have only a few months that we have to address that. But I think, Tina, would it be fair to say there'd be a way to explore some low cost, maybe partnerships with new partners where we could still do some arts related events?
No, most definitely. I think Rob hit it on the head. And the idea is to keep a few art programs and classes going in a different capacity, using some other funding from some of our other divisions, like implementing stuff at the seniors center, implementing things in different areas so that we're not going to just say no arts at all. So there's some.
But I think if we can highlight some specific like major events, like the art walk was one that just was something that a lot of the community members wanted to, always keep going, right? And maybe like,
Or even giving some sponsorships, similar to how we do our
Right.
5K runs, things of that
Right.
nature, where we kept those because it's very low cost.
Low
city,
cost, right,
And
'cause we can
majority
get
of the
sponsorship.
money comes from sponsorships. We can talk about pursuing things.
Okay.
such as that.
And if I could add one thing, Mayor. So as part of the budget calendar, so the reason why I think tonight is really important is because staff needs direction in terms of what the base budget's going to look like, right? And so like the base budget is the core of everything that the council is going to be considering. And so once we get direction from council, whether to implement these in the proposed budget, this is not the end of the process. This is just a beginning. So what we'll do is we'll take direction tonight. If council supports, or supports is not a word I want to use, but if council moves forward with staff's recommendations here, we'll implement those in base budget. What's going to happen is in the first meeting in May 14th, staff will be bringing back a draft proposed budget. At that time, we're going to have forecasted revenues where we're going to end this year and where we think we're going to be next year. And that will allow us to figure out the realistic picture of how much can we bring back temporarily, and have council make some decisions at that point, and working with the city manager in terms of what that looks like. But I just want to emphasize this is just a beginning of what will be a pretty thorough budget process. But it's really important that we get direction so that we are able to produce a budget on time and have those discussions take place later.
And I'll just add the urgency of direction, be it this meeting or perhaps at the latest next meeting, is on the labor side. So there's certain, with unionized staff, they have rights and privileges that we want to preserve. And if we're trying to, get these cuts actually actionable by July 1st, we have to do a count back. So understanding of, the majority of all these programs, when they're cut, it's the people that make the difference, not dollars. So if there's no programs for these areas, then those people who've already been notified they may be on a layoff list would then be given notice of layoff by the end of this month. And then the month of May, our HR department will work on all the union bumping rights that go on. That will probably take a month to figure out seniorities and where they all fall, which might trigger different people being impacted. We have to do that whole thing. And then by the beginning of June, the final group that has to get the bad news would then be given notice, and they need, I believe, is it 15 or 20 days of notice? Is there of business days?
It's 15 working days,
Working
defined
days.
as Monday through Thursdays under the definition.
Which gives us a month of June in order to give the notice, so that at the end of June, we don't have those salaries starting in July, so that the savings actually can be realized. If we delay that into May, then we end up with, those staff, staying longer, but then the costs going into July, going into August. So there's, that's kind of a lot of detail, but we're just trying to explain there's sort of a reason for some of this and the timing that we're presenting it.
So I have a question, because what you gave us as to those positions that are being cut and what you gave us before is really different. There are a lot of differences. So I want to know, why is it that we're now cutting more than what was originally forecasted?
Well, we're cutting, each department has been scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing and trying to find ways to give up the large numbers they have to do. And we've been looking at opportunities for efficiencies and understanding the goal. I've also given all the directors that we talk about, if we get a UUT, that's not a final solution. Costs keep going up. We won't, if we need 9 million and a UUT generates 9 million, that's a bad way to start. We're at 0, and then there's a big spike, and we're now in the hole. So I've asked the departments that while they're doing this, look at reshuffling, reorganizing, and leaning things down, so that the trim could result that if we did pass everything in November, we came back, that we could only add perhaps 7 million back rather than 9, but still operate all our services and not impact the community. So that's the goal, which means as we're looking at that, we're doing some additional reductions to try to streamline our departments in a way that is down to the bare minimum. So we've had additional looks because we understand that the needs are outweighing both now and in the future. We need the revenue.
Real quick.
I have a motion on the floor.
So real quick, before I go on to my questions, does anybody still need a translator? I know, but if nobody in the audience needs a translator, do we still need to keep them?
No.
Okay, so raise your hands if you still need translation. So what do you think, Ro? No hands went up.
Then we can go ahead and let the translator go, give them the hour of the night,
Okay.
11:30.
All right, so there you go. Okay,
If we do need a translator subsequently, we'll find somebody in this room to do it.
Okay.
Can I make a comment here? I mean, it's 11:30. We started at 5 o'clock. We heard a lot of community input. Just like, it doesn't seem like it matters. But, and we're going down the same road. I mean, I'm really disappointed, that we're taking this route. We haven't got off the same narrative. We can't even make some adjustments, maybe a couple of weeks, to figure out how we could support the effort that was presented today here. I just don't know who we're representing, really. Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Here's a question. If we pass this, but we decide against the UUT, what happens?
The recommendation from staff is that these cuts become permanent.
That would become permanent. Okay. If we decide on not making these cuts and putting the UUT on the ballot, what happens?
So we're going to need to work with, I'll need to work with the city manager and the city council to figure out how we're going to fund, so revenue comes in, assuming, so let's just assume that the UT passes in November, the first check doesn't hit the city for 4 months later. So we'll need to fund the city for at least a full quarter. We don't have enough reserves to fund us a full quarter.
Okay. So not making cuts and not putting the UUT will do what? That's probably the worst case scenario, but give it to us.
Well, at that point, we'll be running a structural deficit. My worry will be that cash flow and liquidity will become a problem. I mean, we're essentially, we'll be bleeding money. We'll be bleeding out cash. We won't have an ability to pay our
bankruptcy.
There's a potential for, yes, if it's,
So at what point do we go into bankrupt?
well, there'd be all kinds of series of things that would need to occur.
So there's a lot of scenarios.
Yes, staff would bring back a declaration of fiscal emergency again. We would ask to draw down on the reserves. We will likely have the state auditor's office here pretty quickly shortly thereafter. Would also be a potential that the state will start taking over some operations. So it's not a.
And we lose all these programs probably anyway.
The state will not ask, the state will just impose.
That's right. So, but I'm not done here. Both Mr. Rios and Ms. Avalos have been on the budget subcommittee, not for the last year. They've been on it since 2020. This is not news to them, but the rest of us have gotten input. And I hope you can read what's happening here tonight. What is happening is that we're here tonight considering making these cuts, but she is going to drop responsibility and throw it on the majority, whoever she considers to be the majority. So she's doing one of these, washing her hands of what we're here on. People know that. Our employees know that. A lot of people in the community know that. They want to know why this wasn't put on the ballot in June. They know. Your voice was taken away, ladies and gentlemen. This should have been on the ballot. We wouldn't be here tonight had this been on the ballot in June. We would have made some minor cuts because that's going to be the intent anyway, because the 7% might not be enough. I agree with our treasurer. It's going to require some cuts, some adjustments, some realignment. But the services will still be there, the services that you're asking for. And so now, if we were to vote on this tonight, I know she's going to vote against it and then say, no, it wasn't me, it was them. They voted on these cuts. She's trying to wash her hands of what she has created. I was just hoping that we would come in here tonight, the presentation would be, why are we making cuts? She said we don't have a fiscal emergency. I'm sorry, I'm still talking here, okay? I know you want to go home. I want to go home too. But if we have no fiscal emergency, as she claimed, we wouldn't be here. But we have a fiscal emergency because of $11 million, nearly $11 million that were dumped on us. We had nothing to do with that. None of us voted to have those $11 million worth of increases. They came from outside. That being said, we have no choice but to do what other cities have been done. And by the way, some of the other cities are increasing additional taxes. Linwood, I mentioned that earlier, 2024, an $80 million bond on the backs of Linwood residents, which resulted, by the way, in a 10.5% increase on the salary of Ms. Avalos as an educator in Linwood. I don't know what the actual number is. Maybe she can enlighten us, but she got an increase as a result of that. So putting it on the backs of Linwood people is okay. But this is not about putting it on the backs of people. This is about letting people know, here is the dilemma. What would you like us to do? Make these cuts or pay a utility user's tax? Let the people decide. Let them vote. But now we have to make these cuts to hold us through to November in hopes of putting it on the ballot. But if you're not going to support a UUT, then what are we going to do? We
Mr.
have
Mayor.
a fiscal emergency.
Just an order of Robert's rules here. Because we have to clean this up a little bit. We have a motion that was made by Councilwoman Avalos. There's been another motion made by another council member here. So the Robert rules really require that motion, that the discussion stop. We've allowed it to go on too long, in my opinion, without us calling to the table this motion that the councilwoman has made. And so typically when a council member makes a motion, there should be a second. And if there's no second, that motion dies. And then the council is free to undertake further discussion, or someone else can make a motion. But I do think, and I apologize for not stepping in sooner, I do think that we should stop. We should allow Ms. Councilwoman Avalos to restate her motion and see if there's a second for that motion. We can take a vote. And then we can move on to whoever else would like to make a motion or say further comment. Okay?
Thank you, City Attorney. So the motion that I made is that we go with number 2. There are specific reductions that the council wishes to remove, reduce in scope, or replace with alternatives.
I'd like to make a
Alternatives of which
I'd like to make a supplicant motion for.
Mr. Can we, before you make a motion, let her restate the motion for the record without being interrupted? And then the next step after that is to ask for a second. Okay?
Alternatives with what I have presented to council. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have we have motion and a second. Madam Clerk, did you capture the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so that
I would
Mr.
like
Mayor.
I would like to add an amendment, though.
Yes,
Okay.
you can make an amendment, and if it's accepted by the maker of the motion, it could be an amended.
Absolutely. And what I would like to see, though, is input from the council members who are making the motion in the second. Because if we're going to come back and staff is going to follow the instructions that we might give them tonight if we vote on this, and they come back and then they say, well, no, we still don't want that, we're going to be back into square one. So I want their input. I want their input in whatever they're going to do here on item number 2. So I will, again, we have a motion in a second, and I will be glad to support that if they are engaged in the process.
Okay, so that's the friendly amendment. Is that amendment accepted by the maker of the motion?
In a sense of making what changes?
Well, you're making a recommendation
Yes.
that staff comes back with recommendations.
With alternatives of what I've presented tonight.
That's right. So can you engage with staff?
Yes,
to come back.
absolutely.
Okay, so there we go. So
Absolutely.
are you
If I need
seconding
to take a
that?
day off
I don't
from
know
work,
I don't
I
recall
will do that.
What was the?
Because again, this is very important.
Sure. So we have that. She accepted that.
I
Would you
need to
accept
know
that?
what those-
Okay, so
Thank you.
Councilman, yes, so Councilman Reese, the motion was to have specific reductions reflected as a proposed alternative. That was the Councilwoman's motion. If I understood correctly, you seconded that motion. The amendment by Councilmember Hurtado was simply to ask that both of you participate in draft, coming up with some of those alternatives, working with staff. I think that's the scope of the.
Yeah, it's the budget subcommittee meeting with staff.
And again, those meetings only occurred once in 2020 and have not resumed until recently, but they have not been ongoing, which I think if they have been ongoing, then probably we wouldn't be here today. So if we can resume them on a monthly basis, which I believe that's what they were, Finance Director, you enlighten me if I'm not correct?
Council member, sorry, what was the question?
The budget subcommittee, how often do they meet?
The one we had
It
during
was
the,
only one, exactly. And it was not recorded, by the way. And it was not in open session, which is, I believe that's how it's been done.
It was recorded, wasn't it?
Before?
July 9th, 2020?
Yes, everything was in Zoom in 2020.
Right, so it's recorded, because I saw
No,
it.
no, no. I'm saying the one that we just had with the city.
I
manager.
understand that. What I'm
Yes.
saying is that the July 9th, 2020 meeting was met on YouTube. We've seen it. I
No,
actually
it
saw it.
wasn't on YouTube. It was on
No, I'm
Zoom.
sorry. It's on the city's website.
On
My
Zoom.
bad, yeah.
The concern I have is, first of all, again, if like the only cut I've heard from the offerings is a labor cut, which I would respectfully ask there be a majority of council for. I don't know if the city attorney could provide guidance, but going down a path that is alerting our labor unions that there's a proposal potentially to come of a 10% cut, I think that's a big sort of a earth-shaking conversation in our culture and our group. So if we have a majority to start down that path, that's a
Well,
little
I didn't
different.
understand it that way. I'm sorry, Mr. City
Okay.
Manager. I was looking at my alternatives to kind of bring in there and also kind of find, so I wasn't going there.
Okay.
Okay.
So that helps clarify. So at this point, trying to understand then the scope, if we, because I think
She
that's
has
important.
her-
Which cuts are we talking? We're talking the arts
I
program,
would
the
say start the
pool.
conversation with the unions as to a possible solution of furloughs. And if that's not accepted, then having that conversation of looking at possible.
Okay, so let me, I just
salary
need to
reduction.
stop. I need to stop the topic of labor negotiations is not on the agenda this evening. And so we're not allowed to discuss that as part of this agenda. And so if there was a discussion that was intended to have the council provide guidance to the city manager about any kind of labor wage reduction, that would have to be properly noticed, maybe at a special city council meeting, but it's not properly noticed this evening. And we should not engage in those discussions this evening to be in compliance with the Brown Act.
Okay, if that part's off the table at this point, I think it's a simpler conversation.
That's not where I would want to second the motion. I was
Okay.
just looking at an opportunity to, what the public had mentioned today, those kind of concerns, kind of looking at how we could find a way to keep some of those programs going. And that was what I was looking at.
And
then bringing it back here and then hopefully.
is that
writing it.
refined to arts, the
Yeah,
pool?
arts, the pool and those things.
All of the programs for me. So maybe, yes, sitting down and having that honest conversation as to really looking at our numbers and seeing what we're going to be able to do, if we're going to be able to do anything at all.
Is this all departments or like?
No, with Luis.
No, I understand, but
Yes, it would be for all
arts,
departments.
pool, all programs,
Yes.
all, because the timelines, as we mentioned, we have a whole budget process that's underway and is usually defined much further than we are now. We have the labor noticing that's on a timeline. So can we have a meeting next week and
Can I just,
as soon as possible?
what I'd like to do is just have a moment to talk to the city manager. Mr. Mayor, if I could just indulge me on that, and then that way I can provide additional guidance.
Do you want to take a break?
I would just take a 5-minute break and then we
Sure.
could resume.
We can take
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and come back.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I had a chance to talk with the city manager. We have a procedural issue here. We have a motion that's pending. We have a second. We have a friendly amendment. And the gist of that is to allow time for Councilmember Avalos, Vice Mayor Rios to at least provide their input on items number 2 before this council comes back. And so
Item number 1, just for correction.
well, on item number 1, but question number 2 is
Okay.
what I meant to say. And so in speaking with the city manager, because we are operating under a timeline where layoff notices have to be executed, if that's going to be the plan forward, that the recommendation, given the hour of the evening, is to continue the city council meeting to a week from tonight. It would be tonight's regular city council meeting would not be adjourned. It would just be continued. If you agree with that recommendation, that would be in the form of a substitute motion in lieu of the motions that are currently pending right now.
Can we do it on a Monday? Because I'm going to be out of town. For the
We
whole-
could pick whatever day is most convenient for, it doesn't have to be Tuesday, it could be any day that you'd want. The concept is to allow an opportunity for the 2 council members to meet with the city manager and staff, and then to pick up where you left off right now with this council deliberating. We would not reopen this item for public comment. We would just move forward as if it was a continuation of the city council meeting. That is a recommendation.
Can I add to that a little bit? And I would like to, my colleagues, with their support, is kind of, because it is late, that the next item we postpone, continue also.
Well, we'd be adjourned, we'd be continuing everything.
Everything, even the
yes.
consent calendar? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's nothing on consent that's urgent then. Just want to make sure.
We have to check with the warrant.
I would request that we do get a vote on the warrant. We do have some pending payments that need to go out.
Can I also mention the resolution of intent to issue a franchise agreement? We have Taurus Pipeline here waiting. If we can move that item, that would be great.
I was going to say, do we have any of the vendors or
So
any
the,
item?
the revised option would be continuing the meeting short of taking
warrants?
consent item for the pipeline and the warrant register for tonight. Continue
item is
item.
that?
And the proposal is for Monday, if that's working on council schedules, and a time to start would be at the pleasure of the council,
5:30 is fine.
5:30. And that would be to start the regular meeting at 5:30.
It would be to continue the regular meeting. The continuation of this meeting would be 5:30. Yes.
Monday.
On Monday.
20th.
Monday, the 20th.
Got it.
Okay, so why don't we do this? On this particular item number 1, let the motion be that this will be the subject of a continued special city council meeting and a continued regular city council meeting, April 20th at 5:30, and that we will continue all items that were on the agenda for this evening with the exception of 2. One being the pipeline franchise, consent item number 5, and then the warrant run, which is item number
12.
12. So that would be the recommended motion. And Councilwoman Avila, would you agree that that would be an acceptable substitute motion?
Yes, that's fine.
And do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And we will retract the amendment that you're trying to make, Councilmember Hurtado, to that original motion? Yes?
Yeah, it's still
Thank you.
going on, right? They're meeting.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, we have a motion before you. If you agree to that, then let's have the court reporter, excuse me, the court.
City
I
clerk.
feel like I'm in court right now.
You're not in court, young man.
Have the city clerk take a vote.
Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Davila.
For this time, I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Rios
Yes.
and Mayor Barona.
Yes.
Okay, so then that takes us to the next agenda item, item number 5.
Number 5. Yes.
And I'm going to recuse myself.
On item number 5?
I'm sorry if I can
that
read
the
it
pipeline?
for the record.
Yes. Yes.
Due to the call, it's because I'm still.
Can you just state for the record the reason?
Six, it had to be
Yeah,
6.
she has to read it first. Right?
Oh, yes, let her read it first.
So,
This-
yeah.
The city council will consider A, adopting a resolution declaring the city's intent to grant a 10-year franchise to TPC with provisions governing the use, maintenance, repair, replacement, relocation, and removal of a single pipeline and related aperture, what is that word? Appurtenances beneath specific public streets for the transmission and distribution of oil and oil products. B, authorizing the mayor to execute the resolution in form acceptable to city attorney. And C, approving the scheduling of a public hearing for May 12th, 2026 to consider the introduction of an ordinance granting the proposed franchise. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. For clarity, I will also be recusing myself for the location of the property to proximity to.
You don't have to. Your location to the pipeline is about 1,000 feet.
Is it? Okay.
So yeah, I checked it personally today, and so you don't have to recuse yourself.
But were you planning on recusing yourself because of the location? Okay, so why don't we have you recuse yourself? Mr. Councilmember Rios, Vice Mayor Rios, this is a consent item. So you can still stay in the chair. You can be in the room because it's consent. You're just not going to vote. All right. Thank you. And don't make funny faces.
So, Mayor Barona, are you recusing yourself?
No, I won't because it said that it's over 500 feet from my property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to open it up to the audience?
Open it up to the members of the audience. If any member of the audience would like to speak on item number 5.
Well, I couldn't stay quiet on this one. Lisette Ruiz. I live on Kaufman, and yeah, my concerns were related to the letter at the end of the report number 5 from the Certified Unified Program Agency that oversees hazardous materials concerns with the pipeline. And although nothing specifically was related to the pipeline, I did have concerns overall about issues they identified with the company. And this kind of actually goes to a case I was able to find on a website that is a state website called GeoTracker that monitors cleanup cases for contaminated sites. And there was one particular site pretty close, M-8 Pipeline, South Alameda Street near 96th Street. And just historically, I know that there's been a couple of pipelines that go through Alameda that have leaked and have had cleanup cases. And so my concern is mostly on whether or what assurances we have that they will, keep up with the standards, and that because of this particular case, site cleanup case 0496, that seems to have been working on cleaning up a leak from that particular pipeline that actually came onto the Southgate side across Alameda, that there just won't be, any other leaks. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have one email from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who urges the city council to include a provision in the contract with Torrance Pipeline requiring an annual $60,000 contribution to city's park enhancement fund. He emphasized that such contribution would support park programs and help address the city's financial challenges. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Yes, I have a couple. So how will the city ensure community notifications and transparencies regarding the pipeline operations and any incidents that arise from it.
Yeah, Councilmember Avalos, I do have a couple of representatives here from Torrance Pipeline, and I would like to invite Mike. Would you like to come up and maybe provide an explanation? And your question generally is, can you repeat your question, please?
Yes. So the question is actually for you. How is the city going to ensure community notifications and transparency regarding pipeline operations and any incidents that occur?
Yeah,
Or that can occur.
so the city has infrastructure running through the city that is owned by multiple agencies, Caltrans, Southern California Edison, utility companies, and what have you. And the city doesn't take on the formal responsibility of issuing notifications when emergencies exist. Just from a general public outreach perspective, when there is an emergency in the city, we do activate our public outreach program through social media, through the city manager's office and what have you. Should there be an event related to the pipeline, we would likely use those outlets, but they do have formal outreach, a formal outreach program. And so if there is an emergency, if you'd like to hear how they handle it, that I think that would be better answer your question.
Mr. Mayor, given that we're having extended discussion here, I approached Vice Mayor Rios and suggested he step out of the chambers, which he did, and it should be reflected in the record.
12:02 I have.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So can you repeat the questions specifically, I guess?
So how can you ensure community notifications and transparency regarding the pipeline operations and any incidents that may arise?
So when, when incidents are, well, Josh Briscoe, Director of Operations for Torrance Pipeline Company. When any incident or emergencies happen, we have to immediately notify the National Response Center, NRC, the Office of Emergency Services, OES, our OSROs, municipalities, 911, fire department, local police, and that all blasts out to the community from there. And then we work in the JIC and the Unified Command with the fire department, OES, to get out to the community to make sure the community is safe if there was an emergency during that time.
So, Arturo, are we going to have mid-review checkpoints? Say, I know the contract is for 10 years. Are we going to have a check-in within 5 years?
Yeah, we do have a written in the franchise agreement. We're gonna, we're not re-engaging in 5 years. We engage annually as part of the franchise agreement or what have you. But in 5 years, we're going to re-engagement in terms of the reestablishing the annual franchise fees. So from that purpose, we will re-engage informally. But we were in contact annually because this is a continuous 10-year franchise agreement.
So my other question is, has the city provided adequate public notice and opportunity for input before the hearing of May 12th? And are stakeholders going to be adequately informed? In this case, it would be schools that are nearby, residents that are nearby, and businesses.
Yeah, so this is we're following a state-driven process to issue a franchise agreement. There's a 3-step process. The first step is a resolution of intent. Today is a first step of official notice. It's our resolution advertising our intent to issue a franchise agreement. And then we're setting a public hearing for May 12th. That public hearing will be duly noticed according to all of the requirements. So that's how the public will find out. At that time, the public will have an opportunity to participate in the public hearing and provide input. And after that, it comes back to council one more time, a third time. So there is that 3-step process where the community will have an opportunity to provide input.
Is there a process for protests from the community?
The public hearing provides that opportunity. If anybody wants to protest, they can come to the public hearing and speak out with whatever input they would like to provide.
Arturo, I have a question. How many of these do we do in the city, you know, I know I see quite a bit of the markings when I take my walks around the park. I do quite a bit when I see around the holiday area. I mean, we have quite a bit of these, right?
Yeah, I believe we have perhaps, I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but we might have 5 or 6 franchise agreements.
And they periodically come to council, and we do these franchise agreements quite often.
Yes, from a perspective of this is bread and butter business, it is, except that these are long term. So tonight we would be considering a 10-year franchise agreement. So this one won't come back for 10 years, but they come periodically to the council, perhaps 1 or 2 a year is what we've seen.
And is there a reason why we're extending 1 to 10 years in comparable to a 5-year that we've seen in the past?
The latest franchise agreements that we've been awarding have been for 10 years. What
Okay.
we've changed is our approach to how we assess the fees. Previously, we'd set a fee at the onset that would carry for the 10 years. Now we're setting a fee at the onset, and then at the 5th year, we're reestablishing the fee and adding the CPI increases or what have you. So that really it equates a little more to having it renewed every 5 years, if you will. But we're choosing to go the 10-year route.
And since you've been on here with the city, have we had any issue with any of these franchise agreements?
Yeah, no issues whatsoever. Yeah.
Thank
We
you.
do get a lot of community input because of the nature of the business, but we've not experienced any issues with Torrance Pipeline or any other of the pipelines running through the city. They've been here running through the city for many, many, many years without issue.
And just one final thing, these are basically standard, and who sets all the guidelines for what they have to do and what we have to monitor?
Yeah, these are standards, and these guidelines are set by the state and the PUC.
So
yeah.
It's pretty much safe. So sorry we kept you this late, but yeah.
Turn the mic off. In the state of California, the California State Fire Marshal regulates all pipelines, and I believe staff reached out to the fire marshal, and we're in good standing. They inspect and audit all of our pipelines once a year.
And the state typically raises that bar.
They do. It's federal regulations, and the state takes over in the state, and they do go above and beyond the federal regulations.
We've gone through these before. Okay, thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Arturo, so just one last question. Is there an opportunity to negotiate any community benefits? I mean, again, they are going underneath our.
Yes, so the opportunity to negotiate is with regards to how we apply the fees based on guidance from the PUC. The PUC sets guidance for that, and we've chosen one particular formula that is based on linear footage of the pipeline. They've agreed to the numbers here. So if you look at the fiscal impact, they're over the course of 10 years, they would be paying $411,000 as part of their franchise. So, but there isn't, above and beyond that, there isn't an ability to negotiate formally. Community benefits, for example, I believe Mario Dominguez wanted some additional money for community benefits, but formally we don't have that ability because that's regulated by the PUC.
Thank you.
Thank you. What wishes?
Second.
First and second, roll call.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Good night. There's a good breakfast place.
It opens in a few hours.
Mr. Mayor, may the record reflect that Vice Mayor Rios was out, as noted previously, and just returned to his chair at the dais.
Thank you. All right, item number 12.
I'm sorry, item number 14?
12, no?
Is a warrant register.
12. Am I reading it incorrectly? I think it's 12.
I'm sorry, yes, it's 12. Thank you. I'm not.
It's on April 14th.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's 12. Thank you.
The man has a sense of humor. He goes to Tijuana one day and he comes back with a sense of humor.
After 12 is 14. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for April 14th, 2026, Grand total is $2,188,846.94. Cancellations are none. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. City Auditor.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, I'm going to open it up to the audience if you any questions on the warrants. Seeing none, bring it back to council.
I do have a question, and I wanted to ask it to both of our prior city auditors that are on the dais here. There was comments that were made that our warrant registers are paying for Zumba and aerobics classes for our employees, and I'm just wondering if you, in the history of your working as a city auditor, Councilwoman Avalos and also Vice Mayor Rios, have you seen any payments going to pay for Zumba classes or aerobics classes or yoga classes specifically for our employees?
As far as I'm concerned, when I was the city auditor, I did not see any of that. But my recollection could be a little bit off, but I highly doubt it that I saw any of that paying for any of the employees. Now, we did see other expenses that raised red flags at the time. Mr. Godoy, God bless his soul, actually brought him to the forefront, of which the city manager at the time, I did say, hey, we need to curb this because we're gonna get hit in a sense of providing certain meals to certain departments, and sure enough, that's what happened. But as far as any extracurricular activities of that nature, I would say no.
As far as what I recall, and I've been recently looking at some of the warrants, and previously, it had to do more with the instructor pay. And if I don't see a conflict, if the instructor is an employee and is doing outside of his work, I mean, is that an issue? I mean, I don't know if that would.
So I mean, I just
What about
wanna,
when you were auditor?
I just want to remind
Did you see any of that?
I just want to remind everybody that we have a Parks and Recs department that we hire contract yoga instructors, contract Zumba instructors, contract instructors that teach these classes for our residents as part of our programming here at the park. And to make the leap on social media that these are expenses that are being paid for our employees is pretty heavy. So I just wanted to ask our city auditors if they've seen any of that.
And just one final, are there any records whatsoever that show that I have attended any casinos at the cost of the taxpayers? Because
Sorry, you've attended what?
casino? Because that's, I want to know if anybody has seen anything like that we've attended any casinos. I don't think any one of us on the council, present or even past, have attended any casinos at taxpayer expense, especially Town and Country in September 2025. So I just want to know if there's any record of that whatsoever from anyone. And the reason it's important, we're talking about warrants. Is there any indication on any warrants?
No.
No, thank you. All right, I'll make a motion. Oh,
go ahead.
Make a motion to approve
Second.
the warrant.
City Clerk?
Do we, it's the hour of the night. Did we open up for public comment? And
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Come on, Liz.
Say first and second.
Any, Mr.
City
Mayor?
Clerk, you with us?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
are we going to open it up for public comment?
we did.
Okay. There are no comments from any emails either.
I didn't hear that.
All righty.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos.
Was it?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado.
Yes.
Councilmember Davila.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios.
Yes.
Mayor Barone.
Yes.
Motion to continue the meeting to Monday at 5:30.
So moved.
Monday, April 20th at 5:30 to continue the regular city council meeting, including the agenda items that were not addressed this evening.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
So moved.
So we will adjourn the meeting on Monday in memoriam of those individuals.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Okay.